Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the virtual plenary of the DigiHealth Day 2023. My name is György Csaltikán. I am professor and head of digital health here at European Campus Rottal-Inn of the Deggendorf Institute of Technology. It is a great honor and pleasure to kick off this pre-meeting plenary. It's been quite a lot going on already right here in Pfarrkirchen on this campus since Monday. As many of you know, we've been running a workshop named Blended Intensive Program on AI in Healthcare. And we have also the students from that workshop joining us this afternoon. We are honored to have a wonderful lineup of experts as speakers for today's plenary. They will be introduced one after another, and it is a great honor to have also our respected speakers on site. You can have a glimpse of them right now entering the room. We're happy to have with us Professor Deepak Kalra, Rajendra Gupta, Lars Lindskog from Sweden, Professor Lenka Lotska from Czechia, Professor Longier from Barcelona, Professor Kata Preta from Barcelona, and of course our colleagues and friends from Ukraine, Professor Minca and Ms. Sukhanova, all joining us right here on campus. So these 2 days, today and of course tomorrow, there will be even more people on site, and we're going to have 2 exciting days of digital health. It looks like Pfarrkirchen is something like a center of digital health, or definitely one of the centers in Bavaria right now, because you know that there is also a concurrent event going on right now in the capital of Bavaria, in our capital, in München, which is the Digital Health Summit. So there are basically 2 major events going on right in this area, in this spot, in the heart of Europe. Of course, we are super happy to and honored to present our donors, sponsors, supporters. Without them, this event series would have not been possible. I'm happy to introduce, of course, the Bavarian State Ministry for Health and Care, which is supporting this event series, as well as the global and international and European non-profits, HIMSS, Healthcare International Management, Healthcare Information and Management System Society, ISFTH, the International Society for Telemedicine and e-Health, EMEA, the International Medical Informatics Association, FME, the European Federation for Medical Informatics, as well as our national societies, German Society for Telematics, German Society for Digital Medicine, German Telemedicine Society. We're also supported by, of course, the city of Pfarrkirchen. We have supporters. Part of this activity, namely the Blended Intensive Program, is co-funded by European Union through ERASMUS Plus funding instruments. We're partnering also with the NGO Medical Valley, and you're going to see also representatives of this society. Tomorrow, we're happy to present also our university partners. These are the Ukraine National Healthcare University in Kiev, as well as the Russian Armenian University in Yerevan, Armenia. And we have also 4 universities participating in the Blended Intensive Program and in DigiHealth Day. And those are University of Agder in Norway, Luleå Technical University in Sweden, Czech Technical University in Prague, and the Polytechnic University of Catalonia, known as Barcelona Tech, as well as, of course, the Deggendorf Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome. And I would like to also invite the Dean of our faculty, European Campus Rottal-Inn, Professor Georg Christian Steckenbauer, who also has a few words of welcome to all of you. Professor Steckenbauer, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Georgi, dear colleagues, dear speakers, dear participants of the DigiHealth Day. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to all welcome you here, be it in person or be it virtually. The European campus and the faculty of the European campus was an ambitious idea to create an international faculty, an international campus here in the heart of the rural part of Lower Bavaria. And I think that many who learned about this idea 10 years ago were not sure if this would be possible and if this could really happen here in the countryside. And with many ideas, or as with many ideas, which seem a bit strange and a bit ambitious, they are successful at the end of the day. And it's you, dear guests, dear speakers, dear students from many countries. We already have 1,500 students from 104 countries. Now, you are the ones who make that idea come true and make it possible that we now come together, discuss problems together, solve problems together, and develop innovative ideas to increase quality of life in rural areas. And that's exactly what our mission here is. And with all the things that we do, bring study programs, research projects, and of course, also having such great events like today and tomorrow, we do one step in that direction. Thank you all for attending this DigiHealth Day. I wish you wonderful, interesting, inspiring sessions, plenary sessions, nice get together. Tomorrow also a great program. I would like to say many thanks to you, Georgi, for making that possible already repeatedly for the fourth time. This is really one of our highlights that we have. And as you said, you are making Pfarrkirchen the center spot of digital health. So we are very happy, and honestly, I'm very proud to have you and all these honored guests here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now without further ado, we move to our first virtual keynote for this session. It is a great pleasure to introduce Professor Bernd Blobel. Professor Blobel has been a supporter of these study programs in digital health, medical health informatics of this campus and of this university since probably the establishment. And we are absolutely thrilled to have had Professor Blobel, who is such an established academic, as a repeated keynote speaker and as indeed one of the highlights of the DigiHealth Day series. Professor Blobel, we're super happy and honored and pleased to have you as the keynoter. The floor is yours. Please take over.
Thank you very much, Georgi, for the kind introduction. You're absolutely right. When the Institute of Technology in Deggendorf has been launched, I was active, very active that time and also thereafter. And I am happily remembering this very, very close collaboration. Thank you very much for inviting me again as keynote speaker to this event. And I like to talk about designing and managing interoperability and integration of intelligent and ethical 5P medicine ecosystems, focusing especially on interoperability and integration, as this is a keyword everywhere, but with quite different understandings what interoperability needs and how to perform correctly. First, I'd like to shortly introduce the transformation of health and social care. We are experiencing this transformation already over a long time, starting with the phenomenological, empirical approach to medicine everyone has experienced from us, especially the older one, of course. This was dedicated to the community, covering all the specific needs of the patients and dealing with all different domains and aspects as a family doctor or as a doctor in specific domains. This has been advanced by evidence-based medicine, not just using their own observations and their own stored data about the patient, but also justifying them with data repositories gathered from all other related patients available in this repository, and so justifying and improving the quality of care. This has then been advanced towards person-centered care or managed care. That means organizing the collaboration between different domains and disciplines, caring one patient from different perspectives in a multidisciplinary approach, first introduced in specific diseases such as cancer care, as we need many different disciplines to do it properly. And now we are focusing on personalized, not person-centered, but individually personalized care for each individual. And therefore, we aim at personalized, preventive, predictive, participatory precision medicine, shortly P5M, which considers the individual health status, the individual conditions, the genetic and genomic disposition in personal, social, occupational, environmental, but also behavioral context. And so, not just reacting on specific needs, but being proactive on health and social care. This transformation requires advancement of communication cooperation among all business actors from different domains and disciplines, using different methodologies, terminologies, and ontologies based on different education skills and experiences, using data or reusing data to enable the common understanding and cooperation between all those actors, including the subject of care, the patient herself. The challenge thereby is the understanding, but also the formal and consistent representation of all the different perspectives, opinions, and objectives of involved domains and disciplines, including their practices, enabling a multidisciplinary and dynamic system in variable context. So enabling the mapping between all the different disciplines, their methodologies, their perspectives, their objectives and intentions, their languages, etc. So enabling that the patient can talk to the doctor. The patient uses street language and the doctor answers in Latin, and both can communicate and cooperate. But if we do not understand the components, functions, and relations of the business system in question, including also its concept space, we cannot properly model and formalize the integrated and interoperable ecosystem. In other words, we cannot formulate the requirements and the design for correct solutions just from the perspective of data. We have to start with the understanding and transforming this knowledge into data representation. And this is a critical position at the moment. Frequently, we are talking about interoperability by data space, data sharing, FHIR interoperability, etc. This is the last step. But first, you have to understand the business objectives and the business processes to correctly decide. And then we can integrate and realize interoperability at knowledge level. In other words, we have to advance our traditional interoperability perspective from a technical, structural, or syntactic perspective, and thereafter advanced to semantic interoperability, to an organization and service level knowledge sharing to enable agreed cooperation. And this includes also multi-domain processes, enabling knowledge sharing at domain level, so all the different domains can easily contribute to the process by cross-domain cooperation. And furthermore, when including also the patient, we have to allow knowledge sharing in individual contexts, moderated end-user collaboration, that means allowing cooperation between the expert and the patient as layman. It is impossible to represent such highly complex, highly dynamic, multidisciplinary healthcare system by one domain's terminology, as it was tried in the past by using ICT ontologies, representing everything as archetypes, HS7 information models, etc., requesting that any doctor has to study informatics and other issues as well. There are other approaches for representing multi-domain concepts in a hierarchical set of ontologies, but also this is not sufficient. For representing advanced ecosystems, we have to be able to link all the different perspectives and representations to the same real-world component. And therefore, we need an understanding of the system and its construction first, then we can represent this from the different perspectives and transform it into data representation. And therefore, we need a generic reference architecture to represent any viewpoint or domain of the system from an architectural and systems-oriented perspective. And then we have to formalize the representation using the language of mathematics, such as universal type theory and universal logics. And then we are able to transform it into the different viewpoints from the understanding the real-world system up to the implementation of running applications. Current approaches claim to solve the problem on the basis of implicit knowledge or by using ICT representation tools. Again, then not everyone involved in the business context is able to understand. And therefore, we have to provide an abstract representation of the universe as an alternative, and so representing anything, any system in its specific context, etc. And therefore, let's start with a short introduction into system theory, as well as in the management of care systems. Who's familiar with system theory might know the black box approach of systems engineers, comparing input-output relationships and then deriving the functionality of the system. But this is not possible in such complex systems. And therefore, we have to advance the systems representation from a black box approach, considering just the relations from input to output and deriving certain functions, to a white box approach. That means describing the architecture of the system in all the details. That means all the components, their subcomponents, their relationships, etc. And this for all the disciplines involved. And therefore, we have to provide a systems representation with 3 dimensions: the architectural dimension, that means the systems composition and decomposition from systems concepts to relation network, basic services, basic concepts. And we have to do this for all the involved domains: medical domain, social sciences, technical issues, legal affairs, etc. And if we have described the real world business system from those different perspectives, then we have to run the development process through the different viewpoints of the system up to implementable and running systems. The challenge is not just to focus on the end outcome, that means the data, but on the knowledge of all parties and domains involved. And therefore, we have to manage knowledge representation. And if we have to represent knowledge, we have to distinguish 3 levels of knowledge representations. First is the domain-specific knowledge, or the epistemological level of knowledge representation. That means using the views and the languages and tools and methodologies of the domain experts. But then we have to notate this formally to allow mapping with other representations. And this is the notation level, the formalization of this specific representation. And then we have to run the outcome on computers, and therefore we need a computational, implementational viewpoint, the processing level. And again, a model is here from a system theoretical and architectural perspective, the representation of objects, their properties, relations, and interactions of a domain, enabling the representation of this domain in the context of the business process in question. And of course, we have to validate our formal representation of the different domains, checking them at reality. And this can only be done by domain experts. And therefore, we have to include domain experts to be able to move from data consideration, just considering semantics of data, towards the interpretation of data and the meaning. That means advancing towards information, but also understanding what was meant and in which context this information has been derived and must be used with other domains perspectives. That means we have to derive actions, structures, and finally enabling collaboration. And therefore, we have to move from symbol through data, information, knowledge to active action. So far, most of the applications and most of the projects are fixing on data and information, ignoring knowledge and action levels. For representing knowledge of different domains in such system development process, we have to understand the language aspects of knowledge representation. One issue of knowledge representation is the expressivity of the language. That means, how can this representation be finally processed? And as more expressive a knowledge representation is, as easier and more compact it can be represented to express a fact or element of knowledge in a specific grammar and then to run it on computers. Finally, any business system can be represented using ICT ontologies. That means information models, data representation, databases, etc. However, for the justification of the correctness and completeness of the represented knowledge, we have to start with the ecosystem's business view. Only there it's possible to assess the correctness of properties and relationships to other elements. And then we can transform the correct elements and relations into data representation. And as I said, the justification must be done by domain experts. In other words, data representation is the most expressive, but context-free representation of issues. If I like to understand the context, the relationships, dependencies, intentions, etc., I have to advance the grammar level of the language up to natural languages or domain-specific languages. They provide an optimum between restriction to special structures by formalizing the knowledge representation, but also enough generative power to represent the system from all the different aspects. And here you can see the Chomsky hierarchy of set inclusion, or the grammar levels of languages in computation. The simplest is the regular language, bits and bytes, and immediately the system can run. Or we can understand what is meant with the data as context-free representation as information, or as a context-sensitive business process representation from the IT perspective, or the representation of the real-world knowledge space impacting the system's design and deployment. In other words, we have to start with the understanding to correctly run an application. And therefore, we have to deploy ontologies through all the different language levels. That means general ontologies and upper-level ontologies, but also domain ontologies. Finally, process ontologies, application ontologies, or data ontologies. And all those different ontologies must be included in our digital health solution. And here you can see some examples. At the data level, we have data dictionaries, terms, glossaries. At the highest level, we have general logic, description logic, model logic, first order logic, etc., formal languages. And then we have also meta representations. That means informational hierarchies, structured glossaries, etc., but also data models. Here's a short impression about the basic formal ontology standard 21838 of an ontology hierarchy. And in case you have to develop a system without having a specific ontology, such as the cancer ontology or the gene ontology or others, then you can start with this schema and instantiate this for your specific business case as the first solution. And of course, perhaps it can be then advanced to a specific domain or business case ontology. Okay, if we have understood that we have to start with a system-oriented approach based on architectural considerations, correctly understanding and representing the system in all the details, all the components and their relationships, we have also to consider the good modeling practice we have to follow, because a model is an abstract conception of parts or aspects of the reality according to the modeling goals. And therefore, we have to start with the business modeling at the business level. That means representing the business objectives and the stakeholders' perspectives and objectives. And then we can start providing the different views of the models, providing the process proposals, the concepts for problem space, etc. And then we can go further to the data modeling, covering all the different domains, all the different aspects, contexts, etc. In other words, I can represent anything at data level, but I cannot justify at data level. I have to start with the real world business process, with the knowledge representation, and then transforming it into implementable data representations. And therefore, we should not follow current approaches, starting with the logical or even the physical representation, and then claiming what the doctor intends in the context of deployment of the system. No, we have to start with the doctor's position, expectations, viewpoints, and then we can develop an appropriate solution. As I mentioned before, if we have to represent the knowledge of different domains using their specific language, etc., they will represent their specific concept possibly by the same information or data model as others for other concepts. In other words, I'm not sure if the outcome is the same from the conceptual perspective, and therefore I cannot easily interrelate the data. I have to justify that they are talking about the same object, they have the same meaning, or they have to extend this by other issues. And therefore, we have first to represent the business perspective through the different ontologies of the domains involved. Then we can map this to represent the correct representation of this business system for this use case. And then we can transform it into the business process, language representation, the informational models, the data models, to be sure that everything is correct, but not the other way around, starting with the data and assuming they mean the same with that data. And therefore, we have always to use an architecture-centric, ontology-based and policy-driven approach to any system, a living system, a plant, a technical system, whatever, an ecosystem, which has been formally standardized in ISO 23903. It enables the representation of management of multiple domain knowledge spaces So understanding the pathology of diseases, being able to share knowledge, to map the knowledge to a composite solution for this use case, etc. Thereby, it enables the integration of different domains, and so allowing correct interoperability, interrelating correct pieces in the context of this business case and the intentions. And also the integration of different products to be reused, for instance, different standards or different artifacts, fire resources or whatever. Only that way this is possible. And therefore, 2393 is the methodology for developing advanced 5P medicine solutions and any multi-domain solutions, and therefore ISO and CEN made ISO 23903 mandatory for all multi-domain standards and projects now and in the future. And so you can see the importance of that approach. That means we can enable interoperability between different domains and use cases, not just by sharing data using an API and data transformation into a standard format as HS7 version 2 does. No, we are re-engineering the use case, the system, the ecosystem in question using ISO 23903, and so representing everything as an instance of the ISO 23903 systems representation. And then we can easily map this. And so we are coming out with this generic systems representation, representing different domains as introduced before, different architectural levels of composition and decomposition, as well as the development process, starting with the real-world business view, the ICT-related enterprise view, the information viewpoint, the computational viewpoint, the engineering viewpoint, and finally, the implementation and maintenance of the system in the technology viewpoint. The first viewpoint represents the real-world use case and ecosystem using the domain ontologies, and all the others are using different ICT ontologies provided for the different viewpoints. And so we are able to allow any expected behavior of the system. That means interpreting the semantics and meaning of the data, deriving correct actions, and also enabling collaboration, cooperation, etc. at highest level. And again, the domain ontologies can be met using the top-level ontology of ISO 21838. And so we are able to re-engineer any system first by understanding the system I like to reuse. Which domain is represented by this specification standard or object? Then I have to understand at which level of granularity it must be placed. And then I can do it for other as well. And then I can represent the use case of the business system, transform it up to the level of the reusable components, and then see I can interrelate this with others, but I have to add this and this and this component, those attributes, etc. And so I have advanced interoperability and integration of systems. Such technical approach is also facing the deployment of artificial intelligence, thereby also establishing ethical challenges. We have to accept, for realizing 5P medicine, the deployment of mobile technologies, biotechnologies, nano and molecular technologies, natural language processing, big data, business analytics, of course, assisting technologies and robotics, but also knowledge management, knowledge representation, artificial intelligence, common intelligence, general intelligence, ethical challenges such as security, privacy, etc. We have to deploy cloud computing, edge computing, etc. And of course, this must always be done in the framework of the entire health systems we are looking for. Artificial intelligence and advanced technologies mentioned before allow the engagement augmentation for care providers and also for the inclusion of the subject of care. including educational issues. That means skill advancement, access to appropriate information and services, etc., enabling everyone to be a consistent and active partner. In other words, we are enabling knowledge-based cooperation. Furthermore, we are improving staff and patient experience, but also improving processes, workflow, scheduling, etc. We can also deploy all the things for assessing, predicting the risk and assessing the risk we are facing, so improving the entire systems design and deployment. And in summary, we can enable faster and more precise decisions in all different perspectives: administration, direct care, indirect care, patient level involvement, etc., including also the business intelligence as a self-service used by all different actors involved. To mitigate personal risk, we have to manage the data protection and privacy issues by also representing all the details of the security and privacy concepts from all the different perspectives, the legal ones, the procedural ones, etc., representing them into the 23903 approach, and then mapping them with other aspects, perspectives, and knowledge spaces to design the entire business system or ecosystem in question. And thereby we have different perspectives. One would be the legal perspective of data protection directives or the GDPR, the procedural perspectives also regarding security and privacy of the stakeholders, the doctor, the nurses, etc., and also patients' wishes and expectations. And then we can define also a code of conduct to enable that all the different aspects are properly represented and managed to be harmonized in the process development and deployment. And if we look for digital ethics, it's related to privacy management, but not limited to this. We have also considered other aspects, humanistic approaches to health services, etc. And all those issues must be implemented in our system by formally modeling, developing, and then running this application. There are several ethical and moral aspects defined in Fair Information Principles, OECD Fair Information Practices, recommendations of Information Commissioner's Office regarding big data and analytics, etc. I will not go in all those different details, but we have also resolutions on ethical development of artificial intelligence and also recent standards I was involved in. In that context, we have to consider the correct interpretation of the outcome of the deployment of artificial intelligence components, possible bias appearing there. We have to provide transparency, responsibility of all actors involved. We have to follow ethical basic principles to realize fairness and establishing trust in our ecosystem between all the actors involved. And thereby always checking the intent behind the system and the solution, the correct evaluation, and the final impact to assess the fairness of this system. And this is very important. That means understanding what are the benefits, what are the risks, what are the different perspectives of the different actors involved, etc., and then mapping this to a consistent, harmonized, and morally consistent solution. I mentioned already several policies, fair information principles, fair information practice principles, but also ethical principles, big data best practices, and also zero trust and other issues, including newer ethical approaches. I will not go into the details here, but some ethical security and privacy aspects are set down in legislation such as GDPR, and they are impacting our systems architecture to follow the legal limitations, but also enabling best processes according to the objectives we are looking for in a multi-domain approach, including all different actors and coming to a real cooperation in the benefit of patients. And here we are coming back to our systems representation. That means we have a service provider domain and we have a service user domain. And the behavior or the relations between both domains are ruled by the policy domain. And the policy has different aspects or subdomains. The provider process, I cannot request dealing with specific data by ignoring them, then the process cannot be provided. And therefore, if the patient tells me, I do not allow using this laboratory outcome, then I cannot run the process. I have to consider legal policies, I have to consider ethical policies, etc. And all those policies have to be formally represented and then mapped for this use case of my business system in question and then transformed into a running application. Here is the policy ontology provided by ISO 22600. I will not go into details, but here you can see again the top-level concept, the sub-concepts, the detailed concepts, etc., describing this ontology for managing security and privacy by role assignment. Another ontology model is the representation of ethical norms and the management of ethical aspects provided by a related IEEE standard I was involved in. So we are able to integrate this ethical consideration as the ethical domain in our approach to provide an ethical and intelligent solution for 5P medicine. This approach is not just theory. It has been widely deployed in the development of many standards. As I said, now the deployment of this approach is mandatory for all the projects at CEN, ISO, meanwhile also IEEE and other organizations. It is able to allow integration and interoperability of any existing component, model, standard, etc. So we can represent, for instance, domain analysis models provided by HS7 or functional and service functional models also provided by HS7. At the highest level of business concept, we are talking about domain analysis model. By relations networks, we deal with functional models and service functional models. Implementing those considerations, we can use HS7 model information models, etc., and also implementable technical specifications. And all those existing specifications with existing artifacts can then be reused by first correctly assigning the domain they have to serve, then the architectural level, and then interrelating both by harmonizing them, because I can only interrelate at the horizontal level. Either I have to compose or I have to decompose one side to be able to relate it to the other side. And here you can see there are also other standards and specifications to be integrated. For instance, the systems, information systems architectures, or the CONSYS specification, continuity of care services, concepts representation with other concepts representation. And we can also use OMG's model-driven approach and the different models existing there to be integrated in our approach to allow integration and interoperability at all viewpoints up to the implementable solution. And this must also be done for other specifications, such as the European eHealth Interoperability Framework. This has been provided as layered architecture, but this layered architecture doesn't have a foundation. And therefore, I have to re-engineer this approach, understanding that some of the layers dealt with specific domains and some of them dealt with specific viewpoints. And if I correctly interrelate them, then I can reuse this framework and also implementation examples based on that framework with others in a correct way by deploying the 23903 architectural approach. And this has been done, for instance, to harmonize the ISO 23606 EHR communication with HS7 security and privacy solution, because the 23606 approach has its own security and privacy solution, but it was not that detailed as the HS7 one, and therefore we tried to integrate them. And so we re-engineered both specifications and came up with this representation for the different architectural levels and viewpoints to enable the deployment of both specifications for one specific use case. And the same has been done also for different HS7 versions, HS7 version 2 and 3. HS7 version 3 has an architectural background. HS7 version 2 was just defined by request. And so we re-engineered both different standards, and then we are able to automatically interrelate elements represented with both standards in a joint application. And so we can interrelate old standards, new standards, even incorrect standards by improving during the re-engineering process some specification, and so enabling a correct relationship and correct integration. And this is also done by different standards, such as the Health Information Systems Architecture Standard and the CONSYS standard mentioned before. So we are able to integrate both solutions, and we can then deploy this also, for instance, for the logical representation of policies for security and privacy. This is the newest standards representing the architectural framework and schema of 23903. Yeah, you have seen in many current projects, we are still at the data level, which is impossible. We have to advance, first understanding the problem, the business system and business case before implementing a solution. And therefore, most of the standards, HS7 version 3, version 2, etc., are just at the physical level. That means at the data level. And some have advanced to logical data models, such as HS7 version 3, HS7 CME approaches, the Open EHR approach, archetypes are information models. But the knowledge is so far rarely represented in standards. Detailed clinical models of ISO is one example, which is completely based on 23903. And I was also co-author of this specification. And so we are moving into the correct direction. The only standard which covers all the different levels of data modeling and all the different dimensions from data for information, knowledge to knowledge space level is ISO 23903, and even the ISO Open Distributed Reference Model is limited to the ICT viewpoints and not to the real-world viewpoints. Coming to the end, interoperability is not first a matter of ICT domains. We have instead to include the user and his/her domains. Interoperability is not just a technical challenge, but a challenge to meet business objectives. And this must be done by sharing knowledge and skills, by including all actors to enable consistent cooperation. And this must be designed on a system of ontologies for all the different domains, but also all the different viewpoints thereafter, etc. And this for all different architectural granularity levels. Interoperability must go beyond simplification abstractions for data integration. We have to represent the concepts behind the rules, and we have to harmonize them, integrating everything at the business domain ontologies level, and then transforming the solution into an ICT representation. Therefore, a multidisciplinary interoperability integration solution we are facing in the context of digital health requires an architecture-centric approach to all domains of discourse represented by their ontologies, formal knowledge representation, and then enabling the formalization of systems representation and integration up to the level of running systems and maintaining those systems. A flexible, scalable, business-controlled, adaptive, knowledge-based intelligence system must follow a system-oriented, architecture-centric, ontology-based, and policy-driven approach as described in ISO 23903, which is now, as I mentioned before, deployed in most of the ISO and CENT projects. In summary, ISO 23903 provides a model and framework for integrating different standards as well as systems based on specific specifications by supporting a use case specific identification of the elements and components and a consistent representation, including constraints of those components and their relationships within the different viewpoints of the development process according to ISO IEC 10746. Without the need for revising those specifications, we tried to integrate different specifications at ISO before we deployed ISO 23903 by mapping and matching different elements, and a week later, we provided other matchings, and we revised again and again and again. It was a never-ending story. With the 23903 approach, we are able to provide a consistent and sustainable representation of the different specifications in a business system context. The deployment, as I mentioned, of ISO 23903 is meanwhile mandatory for all multi-domain projects at ISO TC215 and CENT TC251. That means health informatics, TCs, but also in other standards developing organizations. It enables the advancement of security and privacy as well. For instance, understanding and correctly deploying the data protection directive, etc., because the data protection directive focus on the correct deployment in the context of a process and not defining data and the privacy challenges for specific data. And therefore, we have to understand the system and then deriving how to deal with specific data. In the context of the former statements, data space projects such as Pan-European Health Data Space, eHealth, Gaia-X, etc., are more than questionable. For multidisciplinary context-sensitive domains, we must advance from data focus to knowledge focus. Not exchanging growing amount of data, but sharing knowledge. Based on a pan-European health knowledge space, we can then correctly exchange any use case specific data instance to establish intended X-health, eHealth, DigiHealth systems. Transforming healthcare towards personalized, preventive, predictive, participative precision medicine addresses health and social care supported by technology. In this context, the deployment of edge computing, cognitive computing, artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, etc., are important. But I have also to understand, I have to have cognitive computing, because if I have to justify the knowledge, I have to investigate the outcome. And therefore, I cannot just deal with data blindly. I have to see what happens with those data, and therefore I have to deploy cognitive computing. Beside the opportunities, the technologies mentioned before, be also risks to be managed. Beside relationships between technology and human actors, the behavior of intelligent autonomous systems must be considered from a humanistic, moral, and ethical perspective. If we don't understand the 5P medicine ecosystem and its components, functions, and relations, we can never properly model and formalize the system and an appropriate solution, and therefore we cannot formulate requirements for correct solutions. We cannot decide on correct integration and interoperability at data level, but must do this at real-world business system level. And this is, of course, related to educational efforts. And therefore, my last conclusion, let's globally engage on the 5P medicine opportunities and challenges, thereby integrating also moral, humanistic and other aspects, reactivating the Enlightenment period's paradigms. First, understand the universe. Second, protect the earth. Third, serve the society. Fourth, be obliged to good actions. I wish us all the greatest success in this endeavor. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Bernd, dear Professor Blobel. If we have one, two real quick burning questions from the audience, we can take those. Please let me know. Otherwise, we will be proceeding to our next keynote. Any burning question from the audience? Question to Bernd Blobel? We have questions in chat? Not yet. Okay.
No, everything was clear. Thank you so much.
You will receive, I'm assuming, a lot of questions offline.
Yeah, and I strongly recommend to refer to the reference I provided in the last slide. This is the Frontiers in Medicine ebook, and this covers all those aspects in very detail. The ethical, the robotics, the artificial intelligence, the security, privacy, the clinical aspects, etc. That means this reference is recommended to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Blobel. We need to move further. It is my great pleasure now to mention also our sponsors and donors of this event series of DigiHealth Day 2023. A great pleasure to say big thank you to the city of Pfarrkirchen and Campus Rottal-Inn, our donors, as well as to MPP Labs and company, a startup actually, Jacob Jung Euro, that was established in cooperation with one of students of digital health. Thank you everybody for supporting this event financially. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to introduce to you our colleagues, our good friends from the World Health Organization regional office in Europe, and namely the division DDH, Data and Digital Health. As you, or most of you already know, I'm obviously addressing students as well as attendees. WHO indeed is providing a lot of policy support, strategy support, and there is a lot of high-level documents and research that has been conducted recently. And it is my great pleasure to mention and to say that we are honored to have collaborated for the WHO and especially for Office, European Office, for already longer than 2 years, and the collaboration is ongoing. Later next year, the Deggendorf Institute of Technology is also supposed to become the collaborating center of the World Health Organization in digital health. It is our great pleasure to present to you the head of Data and Digital Health Unit, Dr. David Novillo Ortiz. Unfortunately, Dr. David was not able to join us today, but you're going to hear from him also in the recording tomorrow. And now it is my great pleasure to invite to this virtual room his associate, our friend, Kyrillos Adib, also from DDH unit, who will be presenting the keynote on the wonderful work that this unit and WHO has been doing in streamlining policies, researching and developing strategies. Kyrillos, my friend, thank you very much for joining us. It's a great pleasure of having you. Also on behalf of the unit, also on behalf of David, and please take over. You have approximately 25 minutes to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Georgie, and thank you very much, everyone who's working on the DigiHealth Day. It's a great pleasure to be with you today and representing the unit, and also like highlight actually the collaboration between us and Georgie's group on some other work that we are currently doing based on this report. So today I will present a report that was recently published on the state of digital health across the WHO European region. And I wanted to highlight that the WHO European region is quite different from the EU, or by the definition, or continental Europe, by what we understand. The WHO European region covers 53 member states. That's basically spanning over a vast geographical area from the Atlantic to the Pacific. So it's quite important to look into that from a perspective that we will have also some subgroups or sub-regional aggregates that I will present, and so you would find like countries in Central Asia and Western Asia are represented as part of the group. So I just wanted to highlight that at the beginning. I will share my screen right now, and I hope that you can see my screen. Please let me know if you can see my full screen now. Perfect. Thank you so much.
All good.
So at the background, if you see the background, this is the regional our regional director, Hans Kluge, in the regional committee last September, not last September, September before now, and it is marking the moment for the digital health action plan. And this is basically the way forward, where in the digital health action plan, we are focusing on a human-centered, patient-centered, inclusive digital health, on digital solutions. And at the same time, like, we are kind of looking into the cross-country collaboration in digital health. And part of that is actually to take a stock and understand basically what's happening in the region, and what is the current trends. And this report is kind of coming in a timely way, with actually the digital health getting the hype over the time, especially after COVID-19. And basically, there's also some sort of shift and changes in the rules and regulation that's governing digital health, and this is kind of evident as well through our report. So one very, very important thing that this is kind of the highlight. This is just scratches the main results or the main findings, but there's like a lot of findings you can actually find in the report. The survey itself was like 95 questions over 6 sections. So it's quite a wealthy report that looks into different areas, and this is going to be like the main areas that we were looking at, which is mainly the national digital health governance, looking into the electronic health records and the status of electronic health records, telehealth, mobile health, and mobile health applications, looking also into big data and AI from that perspective, and lastly, but not least, the access and sharing of data. It is important to just give like an overview about the data collection. So we have here from all the 53 member states. So we have data for all the 53 member states. However, some of the questions were meant to be not mandatory, so that like people can easily move on to different sections in case they don't know the answer. Also, there are options to indicate whether the nominated person or the survey coordinator can actually respond or not respond, saying no or don't know, if this is available. So this survey, basically from a data set point of view, had like at least some missing data and some don't knows, and some not applicable, basically. So that's why you would find that most of the statistics are not coming from a 53 member state. So you will find, for example, that some indicators are out of 53, but the others are not. So this is just like to give you a bit of a highlight why you can find the proportions are not the same. Another thing is that we are looking into like different sections. So like basically some sections are quite well answered and some are less answered. There's also some caveats that I want to put here, that in digital health, the demarcation of certain definitions are not understood the same across different countries. As much as we wanted to do that by providing a glossary and putting the definition in the questions, again, like I want to stress that on the fact that actually it is interpreted differently across different countries, and different countries have very different architectures and basically organizations or governance structure when it comes to digital health. So this kind of a highlight. So this is also sometimes more or less gives you an approximation of what's happening on the ground, but not all what's happening on the ground. Moving from the caveats, let's go for the leaders. So I will start with the leaders, and the leaders here we mean that by the national digital health governance. And by looking into the governance part, 83% of the member states have national digital health policy or strategy. And if we looked on the chart on the right, you would find in the all countries section here, like by actually looking into whether they are standalone or part of a national health strategy, you would find like the majority of the countries have a standalone digital health strategy. However, by looking actually to the distribution across different subregions, you can find something like Central Asia, where more of their digital health strategy is being addressed in a more of an overview or a wider national health strategy, rather than Northern Europe, which is basically more of a standalone digital health strategy rather than the DHS or the digital health strategy being addressed in a wider context of health strategy. Another thing that is quite important is looking into the monitoring and evaluation of digital health interventions. And unfortunately, this is still a gap. Only 19 countries, this is not 19%, this is 19 out of 39 countries who responded to that question, develop guidance for evaluating digital health interventions. And when it comes to digital literacy, and this is basically the plans for education and digital health inclusion, which is another indicator, and I will talk about it, is only 52%. And 52% of member states have policies and strategies for digital health literacies, and 56% have digital inclusion policies. And these are policies that are targeting people who are not able to access the technology or have some sort of special needs in order to access the technologies, and it addressed the digital health literacy within these groups. Moving to the beating heart of the modern healthcare at the moment is what we call the lifelines, the electronic health records. And by looking into the health records, we can see that 91% of member states have legislations supporting the use of national electronic health records, and 87% of member states either have a national electronic health records, or they have a regional electronic health records, but they are interconnected or federated or interconnected through a patient portal. And again, like why these are quite complicated, because they are understood and structured very differently from one country to another. So what you can actually consider as national, for example, because they are federated, it could be a regional or local that is connected. And we can see that actually some of the countries, they have neither a national nor a regional electronic health record that is federated or interconnected. And again, by looking to the sub-regional implementation of electronic health records, you can see from the chart on the right, again, that 35 countries out of the 52 that responded had the national electronic health records, and 5 they said, no, we don't have the national electronic health records, but we have regional that's interconnected, and 5, they are interconnected by a portal. It is important to note as well that sometimes there are an overlap between like having a national electronic health records and a regional that is interconnected. So looking into the policy space, basically, like again, as I mentioned, like there are 48 countries that reported having legislations that support the electronic health records. And again, you can see that this is actually moving all the way to a similar extent to the implementation in a way. Looking into the standards and interoperability in that case, 86% of the member states reported that patient information was shared from the electronic health records to the primary healthcare, either routinely or occasionally. And when we look into the standards to support the national electronic health records systems, we can see that the ICD-10 is widely used, followed by the COM and HL7. SNOMED and LUNIC also like are gaining traction. By looking into the difference between 2015 and 2020, and this is also why I'm saying that it is timely to take a stock, because the last report was reflecting on the data from 2015, so there was nothing actually after the COVID era, and we can see that actually there are more countries are actually using interoperability standards at the moment, and also the relative change is quite obvious from the chart that you can see here. By looking into the basically reaching the people that are in remote areas and who cannot maybe they cannot access services through traditional ways. So reaching out to those people, we are looking into the bridging distances by telehealth. So in terms of policies, there are 78% of member states that directly address the telehealth in their policies and strategies. And 59% actually have introduced a new law or legislation for telehealth during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is what I'm saying, that the landscape, the governance landscape for digital health is changing significantly or substantially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, there are, again, like this is consistent with the previous section, there are only 37% of the countries reported that the telehealth services in their country has been evaluated. And by again looking into the maturity and the initiatives done between 2015 and 2020, you can see that there is a rise. And there is also something that is quite important here, that this basically in telehealth, basically the maturity and the movement from being pilot or informal to established it can be actually seen throughout this graph, and also that it is not universal across the different domains. So actually teleradiology is widely used, but telepathology, for example, is much less used than teleradiology if we are comparing this to that. Looking into like moving and empower patients to contribute by basically using smartphones. And this is mainly focusing on mobile health and mobile health applications. 67% of the member states have mHealth services providing access to electronic health records, and 15% again evaluated any mHealth service. So this is kind of also a consistent pattern that we can see across different technologies, that the technologies are there, maybe the governance of the technology is there, the change due to COVID-19 is there, but we are still lagging behind when it comes to the COVID-19, the evaluation. And this takes me to the next point, which is regarding to COVID, and we can see that like 64% had introduced application to carry out contact or proximity tracing during COVID-19, and we can see that basically the pattern here again, like it's not universal across all the subdomains. Teleconsultation is like got the biggest one, with government sponsored around like above 50%. But when it comes to access to electronic health records, although like it's slower, but the government, like these programs being funded is quite higher. looking into the power of knowledge and the use of AI and big data in healthcare. From governance perspective, there are 60% of the countries reported having developed an overarching national digital health strategy or policy regulating the use of big data and AI in the health sectors, and 35 stated that they have national policies that use big data and advanced analytics in the health sector. And by looking into the different domains, again, like artificial intelligence was highly reported, followed by cloud computing and personalized medicine. And these are kind of the hot topics right now that countries are working on and discussing. And we are going to look more into like artificial intelligence strategies and policies in our future surveys. By looking into the last but not least part around like the access and sharing of data, and this is about like patient access and control. We have like 100% of all countries passing a legislation for privacy and data protection. 91% of the member states have the legislation that protects privacy of the individuals and patients in electronic health records in the electronic format, and 86% have legislation that allow individuals electronic health data allowing the patients to access their information in the electronic health data. And this is kind of very basic idea that actually there are 4 features that we looked at, and this is mainly the access of the patient to her or his own data, choosing with whom to share the data with in terms of professionals, and the demands for correction and demand for deletion. What is consistent pattern here that the demand for deletion is still lagging pretty much in all of the sub-regions. By looking and the access to own data and the demand for correction is like most of the time on top. And again, the picture is not similar across different member states and different sub-regions, as you can see. And this takes me to the way forward. So the way forward, as we see it from the main findings of this report, is first, we need to look into establishing effective governance. And effective governance is also should be coupled with methods to measure, like basically what we are doing in digital health. So monitoring and evaluation is identified as a gap. So there is a paramount need for development of robust evaluation guidelines and increasing digital health literacy. It's not only about like increasing the connectivity from an IT point of view, but also like use methods and ways in order to educate people about how to use these digital health tools. What are the benefits? What are the risks for them to make an informed decision? The third is regarding ensuring the sustainability and financing and collaboration. And this is something that I didn't touch on much. However, like we know that from the report that basically 100% of the responding countries mentioned that they have public funds for digital health. However, the contribution to that with regards, for example, to private-public partnerships is quite different from one country to another. Also, it is important to address interoperability and the standardized health data. And this is something that we identify over and over again when it comes to the health information system assessments that our team is doing in the member states. And finally, and most importantly, is actually promoting patient-centered care for all the services actually delivered digitally. So it's very, very important to take into account what the patient wants, how the patients use the technology, what they like and what they don't like. And with this, I end my presentation. This is a QR code for our report. Please feel free to scan the QR code, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Kyrillos, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It's obviously it's a wonderful work that you guys are doing, collecting all that data. Yes, if we have questions from the audience or in chats, let me know. We have one question in chat, but maybe real quick. Kyrillos, we just, I mean, for the audience, obviously, because we know a lot about this report, but we just need to keep in mind that all that data is the self-reported data from the countries, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Is there anything planned, something like an evaluation by the WHO offices in the countries?
So we are supporting the member states to.
Yeah,
I think I'm hearing an echo, sorry. So we are supporting the member states to develop the digital health monitoring and evaluation frameworks and coupling that with the policies and digital health policies and strategies. So this is something that we are always looking into and providing support for member states. There is guidance around like how to build a vision, mission, and a strategy for digital health, and this is a work that's has been done already by WHO and ITU, and this is also looking into like the key indicators that you need to look at in order to measure basically the strategy or make the strategy measurable. However, this is kind of an like the global guidance. So like you need to tailor that when you look into your very specific system, because the health systems are organized differently, and definitely the digital health systems are going to be organized differently as well. So this is something that you need to keep in mind when it comes to monitoring and evaluation frameworks for digital health. Over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Another real quick, the extended reality, we have it under other tech, right? We don't have it as a separate.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Thanks. Kyrillos, I think you should be seeing the question, but just in case, let me read it for you and for the audience as well. From Sarah Sorabi. Thanks for your informative presentation. The goal of digital health is to reduce discrimination in healthcare access. Wonderful question. But do you believe that in practice it might inadvertently lead to more discrimination due to certain factors or barriers? If yes, what could be the solutions and policies? Yes, it's obviously about the digital divide that we always mention also in our teaching and in in any keynotes and elsewhere. Yeah, to you, Kyrillos, what would you say? How would we avoid the digital divide, or tackle it at least? I mean, it's impossible to avoid, in my opinion, but what can be done? Yes.
Thank you very much, Georgie, and thank you very much for this question. It's an excellent question, and this is kind of the heart of what we are doing at WHO. It is about equity in digital health. It's quite important to look into how people have equitable access to digital healthcare, and this is kind of something that we know that it is happening in practice, but it is very, very important to document it when it's happening in practice. I think the first part about it is actually to start document it so that like we work on it, like we need to see why certain groups are not able to access the digital health solutions that are available. And another thing is that I want to highlight that we already have published research on that publication, and we know across Europe that actually digital health is not used equally. And one of the most important things that we focus in the Digital Health Action Plan 2022 to 2030, this is actually to look into digital health literacy. And this is like the first and foremost piece or action that we need to do. So digital health literacy is not only like giving courses to upcoming students in healthcare and social care, but actually also giving easier material to the public. So health workforce is very, very important. When, for example, I will take it in a personal sense, when my grandparents wants to know something about the technology, or even my parents, what do you usually do? when you think about it, they will reach out to their grandparents or their sons and daughters and tell them that, can you show me how I can register on this app? So it starts by you, it starts by us, basically, as citizens, and then we transfer this knowledge across generations. And actually, one of the main problems is that in Europe, the population is aging. And age is a big factor when it comes to digital health literacy and when it comes to access and utilization. It's not only about access. It is about access and user experience. Is it easy for the people to use these technologies? So this is one thing. It needs to be addressed in terms of educational materials for pretty much everyone. That's number one. And to upskill basically the citizens for the digital revolution that we are living right now. And this is number one. Professionals are of a special scope, like putting digital health literacy at the heart of the curriculum for medical doctors, nurses, allied health professionals. This is very, very important because people basically will, or patients in general, will first go to the people who would kind of maybe prescribe later on digital solutions. So they need to show them how it's being used. This is number two. Number three is from a policy perspective. It has to be coded in a way or put in a way that there is a health education strategy for both health professionals and general citizens, and digital inclusion. And this is also having a backdoor, always have a backdoor for people who are not able to access the technology. If the technology is the only door that people can access, this is where the problem lies.
Oh, sorry,
so I think Georgie is raising a finger.
Let's leave it at three,
my time's up.
Just because of the lack of time. But thank you for mentioning that we need to also bring but we have another question for you. Just don't leave just yet. Thanks for mentioning that we need to also to educate, upskill, and basically to build the competencies among the citizens, among the entire population. And this is the so-called group 3, right? That we introduced in our work on workforce development and capacity building with the WHO, soon to be published. Thanks so much. Kirelos, we have a live question from the audience. Andreas from Norway, please go ahead.
Hello, I was wondering if you could, hello. I was wondering if you could provide some insights or perspectives or impressions on the open sourcing of large data, and particularly digital health data.
Okay, so I would start with basically what I can see from my field is sorry, I'm hearing double voice again. Sorry, So thank you, George. So one of the things that that we are having as guidance that was published around the 2019 and 2020, and later there is kind of a piece to help countries to do the governance aspects for digital health in general, and more specifically AI. That's basically looking into the transparency part. So big part of what we are looking at when it comes to technology is the documentation of the technology, what the technology is doing and what the technology is not doing, what are the caveats, what are the data sets that is being published, and whether the representativeness of this data sets and what kind of bias and that it can introduce basically to the system. When it comes to open source is really, really important because it's the basically collective contribution from everyone. And this is in AI, it is democratizing basically AI in that sense. So there's also, like, my understanding that there's also the Berlin Hub for Epidemic and Pandemic Intelligence is working with a lot of people on actually open source technologies and looking into that more specifically. I hope that I kind of touched the scratch of your answer. Over to you, Georgie.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, we have another question here in chat. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Was there any initiative by the WHO to facilitate the implementation of digital health in the non-member developing countries, probably non-members of European?
So there are cross-regional and cross-country collaboration, definitely. However, like our main focus, or at least in the office that I'm working with, is the 53 member states that that we are working with. So I personally didn't go beyond the 53 member states in terms of digital health. I worked before in another region, but basically, usually a regional office is supporting the countries for this particular regional office. However, there are some I would say like cross-regional collaboration when it's needed.
All right. Thank you very much, Kyrillos. One more round of applause.
Thank you very much.
To David and the entire team for doing this wonderful job. All right, so we are a little bit behind time and we need to move, and especially that our next speaker has just joined us, despite or against all odds. He's been traveling the whole day today and active, as always, in many other activities. Enrique, can you hear us? Please join by video and audio, and you can already maybe share your screen. In the meantime,
can you?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. We can see you wonderfully. Okay. So this is our great pleasure to present Professor Henrique Martins from Portugal. Henrique, you can say a couple of words in Portuguese because we have some folks from Portugal and Brazil in the room. So feel free.
Olá a todos. Olá a todos. Eu estou no berço da nacionalidade portuguesa, numa terra chamada Guimarães, onde nasceu Portugal.
Wonderful, thank
saying
you.
I'm in the castle where we started Portugal.
Wonderful. Whoa, wonderful. Henrique Martins probably does not even need a special introduction, because if you've been about digital health recently in Europe and globally, then you probably know him. He's a professor, he's head of, or he used to be the head of one of the institutions that established and developed digital health in Portugal. And thanks to him as well, Portugal has had so many advances in digital health. But Henrique is also super active as educator, as researcher, as scholar, as teacher worldwide. And from my personal perspective, very energizing and very motivating person. Henrique, it's a great pleasure having you with us, at least online, and we look forward to having you with us on site many, many more times. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind words, and good afternoon, everyone on site and online. I will make an option to take out my video because, you know, I'm not that interesting, but my information may be, and that saves a little bit more of bandwidth from this quite old castle where I am. And let me start immediately sharing my screen and sharing some of my ideas with you. Basically, in this sort of 25 minutes discussion time as well that we have, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about global digital diplomacy, and in specifically, I want to cover two ideas: the global electronic health record and what would be first steps for a global treaty on digital health, and why do we need these things? Let me just navigate here now. Screen so I can see my own slide. Well,
coming up.
If you only have time for one, I see. It doesn't change as fast as I could.
Well, it's a castle, Enrique. You cannot have a castle and an excellent internet probably at the same time.
Yeah, I guess.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I'm changing the slides on my side, so I guess.
If we have now a summary, it does.
So I see. Yeah. Yeah, I will keep an eye on seeing if it changes. Basically, if you only have one slide to see, to be it. So take a picture. There is a need, I think, there's a scope and there's a way or ways forward on a road to a global electronic health record. So let me clarify this concept very quickly. Talk now more and more about the One Health concept. So unifying human health, vectors, environmental health. We talk more and more about global public health. And of course, yes, we have had work on international patient summary, vaccination passport, and we have a bunch of common interoperability, common grounds. But I want to clarify immediately that when I talk about the global EHR, I am not talking about a narrow scope data set, which is what constitutes the international patient summary, which, as you will see, I think is a good foundation, but not a sufficient foundation for what we need to have at the global level. I mean, can imagine that if you're sharing your banking data, changing bank account, only the money that you have in your, current account and not your savings account. Why you wouldn't be very happy to be able to do that. And then the second idea that is perhaps, of course, less technical, more political, more difficult, perhaps more societal, because in a way, different societies have different understandings about digital health, is the need to get some stability around concepts and also some stability around liability. And for this, we have the history, throughout the history of mankind in the last maybe 70, 80 years of establishing global treaties in many areas. And we don't have actually that many global treaties on health, but that is perhaps because health is not seen as something that moves around, but it definitely moves around. So I see that changing of my slides takes some time. So I will slowly introduce the idea of the next slide, in the hope that it's faster. I don't know why it's not as fast as okay, I see that it has changed already. Second idea, what are the main challenges of digital health right now? Definitely digital inclusion. So we are having regions of the world, countries of the world, hospitals in each country, and particular areas like radiology or imaging that are advancing much more rapidly than other parts of the world, of the country, of the region, or even of medicine. And this divide between digital-enabled healthcare and non-digital enabled is going to grow faster as we have exponential use of digital technologies throughout time. The other thing is using telehealth and metaverse in a non-disruptive way. This is a challenge, and a very, very important challenge. This is where perhaps stability and trustworthiness comes not just of technology, but also of legal grounds. It's when we have clinical decision support systems using AI that have been created a different jurisdiction. So can we trust other jurisdictions? They are producing technologies for patients. Or are we going to submit all of these products, digital products, to continuously scrutinizing of each country where the companies want to sell them? And this is, of course, not sustainable. It will increase the cost of these products very much. So, of course, WHO Global Strategy on Digital Health is an important piece of work that sort of connects everyone around the same goals and the same vision. But if you actually look at it, you will see that there is a concern about, making sure that all regions of the world benefit from it. And in its four aims, only one really, really talks to this idea of a global electronic record. It's goal number 2. Recognize that successful digital health initiatives require an integrated strategy. because the rest is almost always looking at what happens inside each country. And that's not wrong and not irrelevant. That's, of course, very important, but it is not the topic that I want to convey to you about today. Now, what is building European health data spaces, but we are also building national data spaces. And recently, of this small paper that I co-authored with a nurse, an engineer, and a pharmacist, and me as a doctor. And it talks about the personal health data space. And as we build these personal health data spaces of data about each of us, we are creating the basis to do avatarization and virtualization of patients, professionals. And this is the basis to build metaverse solutions, which are forms of telehealth, because mostly the metaverse is about distance care. And mHealth is also a device mechanism to reach telehealth. Now, why do I think we need a global electronic health record? Well, first of all, because it's a lock. We need something because we can have it. Yes, exactly. And it's, if we do concrete steps, and if we really focus on value creation and have determination to explore certain elements, which we already have. So aspects like thinking about a global e-prescription system, using ISO norms, for example, for the international patient summary, and then progressively build bigger components such as vaccination passport, summary, or e-cards. For example, medical devices. I don't know if you've thought about it, but many countries import medical devices, insulin infusion pumps, non-invasive home ventilators, and whatnot. Many times these devices are produced in a country with a certain type of specifications, but they are going to collect data from other patients from other countries. So if we don't really come up with common sets of data that are to be collected and shared by these devices, we're not going to really facilitate movement of patients. And as I normally say, we live in a globalized world, but if you're a chronic patient and you feel afraid of leaving your country because you cannot really trust that you can leave your country because you might not have access to telemonitoring services, or you might not have access to your medication, then in a way, you're not free. You are, in a way, arrested in your region, in the vicissitudes of your hospital, because you are a chronic patient and you are, in a way, afraid to get sick if you move out of your bubble. This is where digital health diplomacy steps in. And I have coined this term in 2020 in a small paper. It's available online if anyone's interested. And we have then developed this concept further with 2 published papers in JAMA, Journal of the American Medical Association. And it has become an interesting topic of debate. It links with scientific diplomacy. And it's basically the international efforts concentrated in around supranational interoperability. And this may include international agreements of mutual health data transmission, like we have within the EU, cross-border services, the recognition of information systems, so mutual recognition of electronic health records, common approaches to the use of international systems. If we need a definition, a global electronic health record would be a set of interconnected digital systems and services that support the sharing of personal health data across the globe. It is a person-centric and driven based on standards, and is a de facto promoter of data harmonization, leading up to a potential global health data space of nominal or anonymized health data for its potential secondary or tertiary use. And it goes without saying that the next pandemic is going to definitely be worse than the current one we just experienced a few years ago, and it will require data to be really tackled effectively. I think this is a topic, and I will show you why. It's about creating worldwide voluntary patient and health professional registries. We need to start thinking about a global registry of professionals, setting up a global region and governance forum for the advancements and agreements on the common creations that we need. And I think, of course, we can start with common exchange formats, possibly inspired in the European exchange format. Services related to this e-health cross-border service setup. Globally, prescription system, global sharing of medium undergoing in terms of vaccination, but also exploring globally how we can talk about European exchange format in a global level. Very important, using internationally approved and maintained digital information leaflets for prescribed drugs in the language of choice of the patient, and using international sharing of large data sets for research and public health based on commonly agreed minimum sets of data. Now, very quickly, and because the slides don't move as quickly as I would like, I will leave you this presentation, so it's available. In this one, you can have the access to the project, Expand project, where we are supporting. It's a coordination support action that promotes the European exchange format. We are in a way helping the European Union move a transition between a period where the exchange format has been conceptualized, 2018 and 19, and then we want to hand over some of the updates and definitions, redefine and experiment with the format with concrete levels. What is this format? These are a set of common rules, interoperability rules, standards, data sets for the sharing, not just of patient e-prescription and patient summary, but also of laboratory results, hospital discharge, and imaging reports. So as you see, we are moving from sort of high-level, national-level service to hospital level, organizational level services. So right now, examples, we do have already My Health at EU services, as you may know. So these services are available in the EU, and they will be progressively made available throughout the EU to all the countries. Basically, you are country A, move to country B, you can access your data, and in the case of prescription, you have the right to pick up, for example, your prescription. The exchange format is going more in depth. It's expanding from the patient summary and e-prescription, medical imaging, laboratory results, and discharge report, as I mentioned to you. And so these 5 sets of data, they are a little bit more detailed, and they constitute the basis. They could constitute the basis of bringing across the globe. So if you can imagine yourself being a patient, carrying an app where you can store commonly agreed shareable files that your last hospital discharge report, you fly over to Dubai, you go to a hospital in Dubai, and you upload your last hospital discharge report. This is what I talk when I talk about a global EHR. I'm not talking a one global software for everyone, but the capacity to easily integrate, extract, and inject your personal data into electronic health records across the globe. So in Europe, have started this, cross-sharing, have learned the need, for example, multilateral agreements. It's not just about technical effort, it's also about the effort necessary to build trust across the different countries, different regions that are involved, and there's a roadmap that you cannot see right now because that slide hasn't changed, but it will change. So let me, I know I'm running out of time, so let me quickly just mention that you will have in the slides examples from the G20. Yeah. So I was telling you that the different initiatives, as you can see, that are happening, the G20 project. You will see that we also have Latin American, Caribbean project, exploring the international patient summary, mobile health documents, vaccination certificates with different countries. We have Switzerland, for example, also moving into international patient summary. So you'll have these slides to digest later on. We'll run into the final slides. We have the Segoia project in the UK, and this all reflects that we do need to start working on a global treaty on digital health. And why? What would be the topics? Global rules for telehealth, medical medicines and devices coding and implementation. And on this, there's a lot of work being done by the IDMP on the PHP ID for common identification for drugs across the world. And we definitely need to start looking at how to detail the reporting and information exchange on cross-border. For example, on telehealth, there are already groups working under the International Medical Informatics Association, joining names and people from around the world, from India to the United Kingdom, South Australia, on international collaboration for telehealth. Very important, the Joint Initiative Council connects many standard communities, LOINC, HL7, DICOM, IHE, but also have the participation of OECD, which is a policy organization. It's not a digital health organization. And then to conclude, two main ideas. What could be the legal basis for a global treaty? So definitely we might need to get some inspiration from the European Health Data Space, but also the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These can be the basis of discussing a human right to having its health data circulating across the world for the purposes of better health. And then finally, where are the diplomatic spaces we need to start occupying? So in this slide, this is a non-exhaustive list. This is just to tell you and show you that from the United Nations Digital Compass Initiative, European Union, of course, European Council, but also the African Union, the Gulf countries that are now meeting every year in Dubai and already started discussing sharing across the Gulf. ASEAN in Southeast Asia has already talked about common sharing of data across some Southern East Asia countries. Equally, the Pacific community in the Pacific Islands. And of course, there are also our digital health diplomacy spaces. Perhaps one of the most important and interesting ones is the Global Digital Health Partnership that represents ministries of health from around the globe together with WHO. So I want to thank you for listening. I am really sorry for the unfortunate incapacity to be face-to-face there and really not being perfectly able to communicate. But, you know, this is what global communication is all about. And I think these are the challenges we have to face, but they should never stop us from really making it happen. So over to you. If there's still time for questions, I'm very happy to answer one of them.
Yes, thank you very much, Enrique. Thank you. Thanks. And indeed, there's a big round of applause because we have also a crowd here on site, not only online. Yeah, indeed. This is what I keep telling the students, you know, that never underestimate the need to improve the technology as well, because kind of there has been, you know, a common discourse recently, right? That technology is there. That's okay. We're fine with technology. We just need to improve, the policy and so on and so forth. But then, we have a Portuguese castle without a good access to internet, and we lose connection right in the middle of Europe, So I think we're still not there, even in terms of technology, of course. And it's not just about the connection. I don't even want to talk now about the electronic health record technology. Otherwise, it's going to take me a lot and take me in the wrong direction. So I do agree with you. It is, it might indeed sound a little bit utopian, as you said, Enrique, but who else should move the world, if not us who dare to dream? And I'm absolutely with you on that. My students would remember that the very early from the very beginning when we began teaching, I've always been telling everybody that this is indeed, if not a goal, I mean, it must be at least a dream to have the supranational, that national, as you're not supernatural, but supranational electronic health record. As you mentioned, I'm absolutely in support of that. Whatever the obstacles that we might have today. Here is the two questions, my very brief two questions to you, Enrique, once again. This is a wonderful I'm with you in my soul and in my mind and everything, and I'm really happy to work on that, because it is a dream and it is a vision of mine as well. It has been, even though it may sound kind of utopian, as you said, or romantic today, because, and this is the first question, it's not always possible, to bring even 27 countries in the EU to the same kind of understanding and to the same page. Have you thought, how are we going to bring together, let's say, centers like Europe, North America, China, Russia, whatever you mentioned, Africa, Latin America, together? Because even if it is, let's say, federated, obviously, we're not speaking about a single product globally. Nonetheless, in my understanding, in order to move that forward, there would still need to be something like a global body to supervise the process, right? What do you think could that body be? Who these people could be, or this unit or this institution that would be able to bring together policymakers, even if it is just healthcare policymakers, from such different areas. And by the way, we're going to hear from China's giant leaps later this afternoon. Bringing them all together. Who could be that? And my second question, let's try to keep it quick because we're a few minutes behind our schedule. What is the timeline that you think we should be looking into, Enrique? Very, very.
Thank you very much for the question. So basically, I mean, there's one thing we haven't done well so far, at least in the EU efforts, which is the engagement and the involvement of large mobile phone producing companies. So I'm talking about Samsung, Huawei, and of course, Apple. But of course, there's more, but I mean, I think these three are sufficiently big and have a market share that would make it happen. And what am I talking about? I mean, today, you get a picture from someone on any WhatsApp, on any Kakao Talk, which is the Korean WhatsApp, on a Line, which is the version that they use in Japan or whatever. And this picture will be downloadable and goes into your picture set. And you take your picture, you have a share button, and you send it, and it goes over to the other side. So our vision, and this is already in planning in the XShare project that will start very soon, is to create for the files. I believe the secret is in the files, having them ready to share, and then engaging a set of large stakeholders that are capable of really moving these files around and storing them. iCloud and Galaxy Cloud, whatever. And then, of course, each country may have their own publicly availed personal health record cloud, which serves as a sort of a cloud for those that don't want to have it on their own documents, on their own computers, on their own phones. Why am I starting here? Because these are the people that need to make that decision. I don't think we will have sort of a global agency for digital health. I have been struggling for a European agency for digital health, more on that on a report that I wrote for the European Parliament. If anyone wants to read it, just Google European Parliament, Enric Martins, and Health Data Center, and you will find that report. But that will never happen at a global level. And I don't think it needs to happen. So the Joint Council initiative with SDOs is a good start. And the Global Digital Health Partnership that has the governments is another good start. Funny enough, they're not connected. Well, some people are the same, but very few. So we need to bridge three communities: the SDOs and standards community, the international informatics communities, International Medical Informatics Association, American Informatics Association, those types of people that teach and research and develop, and the EU and the European Africa Union. So perhaps we need to create, that's why many councils of this sort are created through a treaty. In many regimes, for example, trade or fishing or a non-proliferation of the armament, there is a global treaty, and that treaty often establishes an international body that takes into its responsibility to cater for that treaty. So that's why I connected two topics. If we create a treaty that says, we countries signing this treaty agree to offering our citizens a global electronic health record according to all our common decisions that will be governed and promoted by this entity, Article 3 or 5, then we have the legal basis, international law legal basis. And then from that, we build the institution and the services. Thanks very much for the two questions. I hope I have answered them two at the same time. Time space depends on how fast we are to put, I would say, 50 countries on a table. Because you need a few from Europe, a few from the Americans, a few from Africa. It shouldn't be European US initiative only. This means beefing up on other countries' efforts. I think, as I showed you, unfortunately, very rapidly, and the slides were very fast and not moving, but there's a lot of countries experimenting with international patient summary. They haven't really used it, but I think this creates a first community that could understand the vision. So 5 years, 10 years, we took 15 years to move from a pilot project called EPSUS 2018 to having the EU discussing, and it's not yet voted, for the compulsory use of a patient summary. So it takes time, but no worries. As I normally say, if it takes time, the secret is start today. And so thank you very much for the opportunity of having this good start. More people have heard, more people I'm sure will help us out. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Enric, once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure now to move to our next virtual keynote speaker this afternoon. And this is Dr. Anna Snowden from Canada. And it is my great pleasure to mention or to remind all of us that Anne is basically also revisiting or hopefully becoming already a regular speaker at DigiHealth Day events. It is a great pleasure to also mention that last year Anne was with us here on site, was one of our esteemed on-site invited speakers. It's a great pleasure also to mention that we have connections with Anne Snowden also through one of our major partners, the Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society, the HIMSS, where Dr. Snowden is basically chairing or leading and conducting a lot of work as HIMSS analytics, a lot of research and a lot of development work that HIMSS is famous for. And it is an absolute pleasure and great honor having you with us as our esteemed keynote speaker. We're sorry that you're not with us physically this year, but we look forward to having you again in Pfarrkirchen, probably in the next edition. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you, at least virtually. My teaching schedule and my many other commitments just didn't make it possible to physically be there, but perhaps we will try another time. So thank you so much for joining or allowing me to join you today and share an update of some of the work that I touched on a little bit at your last year's meeting, and will follow up and give you a much more updated insights into what we're seeing in the Office of Scientific Research at the HIMSS organization. Just quick technical, the slides do you want me to upload the slides, or do you have them?
You can share your slides yourself, Anne.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't have that ready. For some reason, I had sent them in. So let me just pull my slides up while I get started here, and give me just 1 second. Sorry about that. Yep, it's just, I was speaking yesterday to a HIMSS chapter in Toronto, Ontario, raced home to, here we go, to get home in time for today. And let me share my screen, and I should be off and running, I believe. Yep, here we go. Let me know if you can see that.
Yeah, wonderful.
You can see it? Perfect.
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Everything's good.
So we hear an awful lot about digital health in global health systems. And of course, your professor and program spends a great deal of time on how do we advance digital health in countries and across globally, given the many, many global connections of healthcare. Where I'd like to share a little bit of work with you today is, so what's the evidence, the empirical research evidence that digital transformation of our health systems actually matter? So who values from advancing digital transformation? I think you'll see in just a moment, there are many and important people that benefit by digital transformation. First and foremost, of course, patients. Let me start a little bit on where are some of the major health challenges health systems are facing. This is not new for any of us. By and large, in every global health system we're engaging with, and we're seeing the complexity of patients' health and health challenges is exponentially greater. Since the very challenging 3 years of COVID, we have many large groups of patients with multiple and various chronic conditions. And since COVID, either because services were not available or patients were really left to some degree to fend for themselves, to manage their health due to the very significant demands COVID placed on our health systems, complexity is much higher. Just one example of an emergency room physician here in Canada said to me, you know, I am seeing stage 4 cancer patients in eMERGE that would never have happened in the last 25 years of his practice. So just a quick example of what we're now seeing that is quite unique and different from what we saw before COVID. The explosion of mental health and the very significant challenges of mental health is adding significant impact to that complexity. So keep in mind the demands on our health systems now for very complex conditions among our populations is pretty significant. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened on this slide because I've never seen that title in, but this is a slide that just profiles our workforce shortages. We are anticipating in 2018, it was projected by World Health Organization, we'd have a shortage of 7.2 million workforce health workers. In 2035, that is now 18 million. Every global health system I speak to is really challenged by workforce shortages. Part of that's a generational shift, and part of that is a direct impact from COVID. This is a quick graphic that is also touches on or perhaps illustrates So far, our advances in digital technologies and infrastructure and health systems has not been identified as really supporting and enabling our clinicians. This is a quick social media post that a physician said, look at the paperwork I have to now complete in order to admit a patient to a hospital in the UK. And he printed it all out for this illustration. The evidence of how digital and technologies at scale impact the quality of our work environments is quite mixed. Lots of papers reporting high levels of burnout, many who would suggest burnout is tied to the adoption of digital technologies. But when you really drill down in the systematic reviews of that evidence, it is absolutely not clear. There are many studies that would suggest advancing digital transformation actually supports the workforce. Having said that, though, it is not clear in the empirical literature, but it is now more important than ever, given our very significant shortages of health workers. And of course, something I've worked on for a number of years, which continues perhaps to evolve even more dramatically, and that is the fragility of our global supply chain. Healthcare is global. Our supplies, products, technologies, tools that we all rely on come from global sources. And yet, as we're seeing evolving climate change with floods, hurricanes, fires, tsunamis, you name it, our products get disrupted. Conflict, of course, we're seeing in Ukraine and now in Israel and Gaza similarly. So we have ongoing challenges and very fragile global supplies, and yet that is a sector in our health systems that are not digitally enabled and need to be, because they are critically important to the health system's capacity to deliver care. So all in all, we have incredibly impressive digital tools and technologies, without question. But are they achieving value, and what's the evidence they're achieving value? And that's really the critical question I'm asking, and I've been driving towards in the work of the Office of Scientific Research, particularly given we have escalating cybersecurity risk. And up until now, we've all celebrated and awarded organizations who adopt technologies. I've seen much less evidence that we're celebrating and awarding organizations who have leveraged those technologies and others to really achieve value and impact for health system performance. So in our Office of Scientific Research, really what we're doing is examining what's the impact and value of digital health and digital transformation. This, and I shared this with you last year. What do we mean by digital health? For HIMSS, digital health is about connecting and empowering people and populations to stay healthy and well. And they do that by managing their health and wellness. And that is quite different from where we are in many health systems. We wait for someone to become ill, we diagnose and treat them. But digital health is about helping people help themselves and helping stay well. And the way to do that is engaging and leveraging digital technologies to connect them to the tools and the provider teams they need to support their health journey and achieve their personal health goals that are very much embedded in the unique context of the lives they live. We are all very different people and very different individuals. So this digital health concept is about helping every individual meet their health, realize their health potential, which of course is HIMSS mission and vision. There are 4 dimensions, and this is based on evidence in the literature. We are currently updating our digital health indicator and our digital health ecosystem model in the post-COVID era. You will see that at the next global health, our global conference. But really, there's 4 dimensions to digital transformation. First and foremost, governance and workforce. If you don't have a digitally enabled and supported workforce and the governance policies that ensure privacy and security and integrity in your digital environment, then quite frankly, you can't go any further. Close second in terms of foundation is interoperability. And that's all about, can you capture, mobilize, securely store data and flow that data right to the point of care or to the point of decisions for both patients, clinicians, teams they're working with. We have made some progress in interoperability, still have some way to go. And of course, once you've advanced interoperability and you have that ability to capture data, of course, that's when the analytics are made possible. And that's when analytics tools, like all of the many insights we're seeing on artificial intelligence, the whole range of those kinds of technologies, now become centrally important in helping health systems understand what outcomes are we achieving, for whom, who are achieving great outcomes, who are not achieving the outcomes we would have hoped for and expected, and how do we personalize and tailor care to help every individual everywhere achieve their health goals. That's when you get a very personal enabled health system. And of course, that comes together at the top of this pyramid. So where are we today? This is a snapshot of DHI scores. Of course, we have an online tool where health systems can measure their digital capacity. They're scored from a scale of 0 to 400. Each one of those 4 dimensions I just mentioned to you, governance and workforce, interoperability, analytics, and person-enabled care, are 100 points out of the total of 400. And as you can see on this slide, the majority of organizations using this tool score between 100 and 200. So less than half towards that ultimate 400-point scale. There are 2 organizations we have measured and validated that exceed scores of 300. They are deeply impressive organizations. Neither one of those organizations are either in Europe or North America. So I will not identify them, but I gives you a sense that North America organizations have not progressed beyond that on average 200 score, and we're seeing similar scores elsewhere. So with that as a backdrop and a context, what is the evidence that digital transformation matters and matters to whom? Let me start with a study that we are just publishing, literally sending into our publisher shortly. We looked at hospitals in the US, and US is a very large country. And they tend to be exceptional at publishing their hospital quality and safety scores. So where we started on this work is to look at hospitals that are exceptionally advanced using our MRAM, our EMR assessment model, versus hospitals who are not advanced at all, and asking the question, does their quality and safety outcomes look different? So just to show you how many organizations in this data set, a total of 1,026 were in this study. 246 of those hospitals have achieved and have been validated as an MRAM level 6 or 7. So that's the highest level of digital maturity using this maturity model. It's been in market for over 15 years and is widely viewed as a global standard for measuring digital maturity in hospitals, compared to 802 hospitals in the same US data set that have scored level 0. Level 0 does not mean they're completely paper-based and they don't have digital tools, but what it does mean is they likely have an electronic medical record and a pharmacy system and a lab system and an imaging system and probably cardiac cath software. The level 0 organizations tend to be those that haven't been able to connect those. And why that's important is, as a nurse, if I'm at a bedside with a critically ill patient, I've got to be able to quickly and easily see for my patient what meds are they on, where's their latest lab results, what did that last imaging result show, and that helps me make an informed decision. So the majority of organizations, hospitals in the US, and by the way, it's exactly the same in Canada, in many European countries, and Australia, the majority of hospitals are still at MRAM level 0 because they've not been able to integrate and connect their digital tools and systems. But in this study, we wanted to ask the question, so what difference does that make? What we did was we partnered with an organization called Leapfrog. They're an organization that collects safety and quality data, both from publicly available data sets like the Center for Medicare and Medicaid, and also from survey data that they ask organizations to complete. We took all the hospitals with reported leapfrog safety grades. So they actually issue publicly each hospital in the US and their grade. Did they get a grade A, meaning they're outstanding? Or did they get a B, C, D, right down to an F, because they are not meeting what safety and quality standards would hope them to achieve? We compared our leapfrog scores, hospitals, with our MRAM hospitals, and we matched them using a number of criteria: their name, their addresses, their locations, and a number of demographic characteristics. And then essentially we ran regression models to see if digital maturity predicted the leapfrog quality and safety grades issued to that organization in a particular year. Leapfrog kindly shared with us their 2019 data and their 2021 data. Having 2021 data was challenging because there was a lot of missing data, given that we were in the height of our COVID challenges. So we've analyzed in this study, I'm going to present the 2019 data. However, we did run this analysis for both data sets, and the results were the same. Here are the number of quality and safety variables that Leapfrog reports on. As you can see, leadership culture. Is there a safety culture at an organization? Do they have risk management structures? Do they have workplace safe practices? CPOEs, physician order entry tools, barcode medication administration is the BCMA, ICU physician staffing. Do they have adequate ICU physicians? And on a number, I think there's 14 variables, composite score on how strong is their nursing workforce. Patient experiences, I'll show you what the outcomes are. Patient reported experiences in these hospitals. Rates of adverse events, foreign object retention during surgery, falls and trauma, ulcers, those are just examples. Infections, surgical safety outcomes, and there's an interesting variable which we didn't analyze on death from serious treatable conditions. So it's a very comprehensive picture of quality and safety in these hospital settings, and again, they're publicly reported. So what did we find? When we ran these regression results and looked at, does digital maturity, meaning high maturity, which is the MRAM 6 or 7 score, does it predict quality and safety grades? And the answer is it does. And it did for both 2019 and for 2021. Hospitals that are level 6 and 7 on that MRAM digital maturity score are 24% more likely to achieve a safety grade of A compared to all other hospitals. And this was regardless of whether it was a large teaching center, community hospital, or even a small rural hospital. So digital maturity, far more likely to achieve an A safety grade. What about nursing workforce and workforce practices? Same story. Highly developed and mature hospitals are significantly more likely to earn a perfect score for nursing workforce of 100 out of 100. And the probability of doing that increases with hospital size. So it's even greater in the larger hospitals. That's a critical finding when you think about our challenges of global workforce and nursing shortages. Patient experience, same question, same story. Overwhelmingly, hospitals with advanced digital maturity are significantly more likely to achieve better, stronger patient experience scores overall. And I'll show you and break them down. Here are the variables that patients report on. And this is a standardized measure called HCAHPS in the US. We have similar measures in Canada, where patients will rate how good was their communication with nurses, doctors, and communication about medicines. You can see on this slide, regardless of the size of the hospitals, advanced digitally mature hospitals had significantly stronger communication between patients and the nurses, doctors, and understanding and learning about their medications. Close and similarly, they had significantly better communication about their discharge instructions. Their care transitions were better experiences for those digitally mature hospitals, and staff responsiveness was better. The only exception to that were for the rural small hospitals. They were not as significant, but they certainly approached stronger patient experience outcomes. So to answer the question, does digital transformation matter? It certainly matters to patients. It matters in terms of safety grades, but let's look at some of the detailed safety outcomes in this same data set with Leapfrog. Again, overall experience stronger, of course, and whether they recommend the hospital, which is unique to the US, is also significantly stronger. So let's look at adverse events. Foreign object retention during surgical procedures. High MRAM hospitals, significantly lower rates of that particular event. It is a more rare event. You can see here, only 137 hospitals in the entire data set reported to CMS a foreign object retention. So we analyzed just those that had that rate, and significantly in high MRAM hospitals, they have much lower, lower rates of that very challenging adverse event. Falls and trauma, they only report a patient fall in a hospital if it causes harm, or for example, a fractured wrist or a fractured hip. Again, same pattern. I feel like I'm a bit repeating, apologies for that. Mature hospitals, significantly lower rates of falls and trauma, particularly for smaller hospitals with less than 100 beds. But again, very important finding, particularly for those small hospitals. Pressure ulcers, again, significantly less common in those organizations with high MRAM compared to low digital maturity with a low MRAM of 0. And hospital-acquired infections. This one is also a pretty critical quality and safety outcome, because infections, of course, are so expensive when people become so ill with them. There's one infection group that were significantly lower in highly digitally mature hospitals, and that's central line and blood system infections. Those are very serious infections, tend to lead to something called sepsis, and they were significantly lower in hospitals that are digitally advanced. Collapsed lung following procedures. So you go for surgery and you have a spontaneous pneumothorax following that surgery, significantly less common in hospitals with high digital maturity using MRAM as that measure. So you can see the pattern here. Lower rates of very significant harm events, infections, falls, and other conditions when digital transformation is advanced at the high levels of 6 and 7 on an MRAM scale. This one's postoperative respiratory failure. Initially, this is not clinically significant at 0.06, but it is certainly close, and it is certainly one to pay attention to, but at a p-value of 0.068, it would not be considered significant. Having said that, accidental surgical cuts and tears are significantly lower in advanced MRAM organizations. And that's interesting because as a surgeon, cuts and tears are often considered a technical skill issue, but for whatever reason, and that is yet to be investigated, highly digitally mature hospitals have lower rates. So I think that gives you a snapshot, in fact, of it matters if you have been able to advance digital maturity using, and of course, in this case, a MRAM maturity level as a proxy. The important thing about MRAM is if a hospital is scoring at level 6 and 7, a HIMSS team goes in on site and evaluates to make sure they are really a 6 and 7. So it's a very validated assessment. But what we are starting to uncover at Office of Scientific Research is that digital maturity is predicting much stronger, more positive patient experiences, safer outcomes, fewer health hospital-acquired conditions, fewer lower infections, at least for one of those kinds, and much safer quality environments and stronger workforce environments, at least predicted by the nursing workforce composite measure. We are currently working on the question of equity, because that is also a critical, important priority for many health systems. There's a study out of Stanford by Everson, who has demonstrated that when hospitals have a high degree of interoperability, they have lower rates of social disparities among their very marginalized population. They used proxy measures for interoperability. Of course, EMRAM assesses interoperability at significant detail. So now we are looking at that relationship between advanced interoperability and those social disparities for our vulnerable populations, because we think that could be a very significant predictor of health outcomes for those groups. Lower cost of care. We have not yet done that economic analysis. We are working towards that, but you can certainly, we look forward to looking at lower costs of care, because you can map costs for things like infection rates and adverse events, which typically cost and result in longer lengths of stay, which of course become much more expensive. So with that, I will close, and very happy to answer any questions if you have time. But if you don't, no worries whatsoever. I know it's very hard to stay on track with a very busy conference like yours today.
Thank you very much, Anne. We're going to take probably 2 questions, and yeah, quick answers, hopefully, and we will proceed to our next speaker, who is already there. So the first question, yeah, from Sarah. You remember Sarah from last year?
Oh, yes.
Thanks. Regarding the medical documentation for patient admission, as mentioned, like the paperwork process in the UK, when there is a legal issue, how can we optimize efficiency and accuracy in the concept of digital transformation, and what specific checkpoints should be implemented for this purpose?
I'm not sure I know exactly what you're asking. So there are legal and legislated requirements, of course, for every health system. So is the question, how do we optimize those, or how do we protect those as we advance digitally? Apologies, I just want to make sure I'm answering the question accurately.
Let's probably take another question, Anne. Regarding the EMRAM maturity levels, on a global scale, do publicly funded health systems or privately funded health systems do better? This is a question. Would a national policy on the type of EHR to be used, or a politically mandated maturity, result in faster rise of hospitals in maturity levels?
So let me take the first question. We did analyze, do those quality and safety outcomes differ in a government hospital versus a not-for-profit versus a privately owned? Overwhelmingly, it was the not-for-profit hospitals that tended to achieve the higher safety outcomes and scores and patient experiences. For whatever reason, government and proprietary hospitals didn't have as significant results. Why and how that is, I think we have to really ask lots of different questions. And that's where, next phase of research will go. But so far, it's those not-for-profit organizations. In the US, that's a very unique health system compared to countries like Australia, Canada, and European, where we're predominantly publicly funded. So we're running this very same analysis right now in the Canadian systems to look, because we only have publicly funded hospitals. There's no such thing as a private sector, to see what those differences are. We don't have a difference in ownership, but we may have other nuanced differences to help us understand that. Would a national policy on the type of EHR to be used be helpful? I would suggest national policy that requires advances in digital transformation tied to key outcomes. The last thing I think any government wants to do is tell a series or a sector how to implement digital transformation. I think we're far better off to say, hit these quality and safety outcomes that are consistent with advanced digital maturity. How you decide what EMR, what technologies, what interoperability tools you wish to use is up to them. And the reason that's important is every organization is vastly different from the next one. No two hospitals in any country so far that I can find have the identical set of software tools and digital infrastructure. They all have different combinations. So to mandate a single digital infrastructure, I think would not serve us well, but mandating achieving specific outcomes that could really only be achieved by advancing digital maturity would accelerate adoption. And we saw that in the US with the meaningful use policy for a number of years, stimulated adoption of EMR technology. The next generation of that kind of policy is, now that you have EMR adoption, here are the critical outcomes for patient experience, quality, safety, costs that should be able to achieve. But leave it up to organizations and experts in order to how to get there. That would be my opinion.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Have a wonderful conference.
We need to move further. Thanks again, Anne Snowden, and we look forward to having you with us, hopefully again on site or online for the next editions. Thanks a lot.
I hope so. Take care.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to announce our next keynote speaker for this virtual plenary. And this is Mr. Chen Liu, who is going to take us all the way to China and to tell us a little bit about, as I mentioned earlier, the giant leaps that Asian giants are doing now in digital health, and namely this time it's about China. Chen Chao, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. Thanks for joining, and the floor is yours. Please take over.
Yeah, thank you very much. My great pleasure to join you and to be invited. Thank you very much. I hope everything is clear as you can hear me. Okay, so. And yeah, so let me to share my screen. I think this is meant to be, right? Okay, let's yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
Fantastic.
We can see your slide. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, thank you for the very kind introduction. So yeah, now we are focusing on the region which is far away, but still very vital and essential for both economics, but also in the innovation landscape and development. So let me introduce myself a little bit to also understand the role and the topic I have been, so to say, suggested. So my name is Chen Liu. I'm originally from China and have been in Germany for over 20 years now. I studied chemistry and work in healthcare space for now over 10 years. And yeah, for different kind of projects for hospitals, for public institutions like Federal Ministry of Health, for big pharmaceuticals like AstraZeneca. And it has been always my focus to bridge China and Europe. Yeah. And this is also, as we know, that since the pandemic, it is very obvious that we need very strong global alliance and collaboration to tackle many of the human challenges. So today I want to focus on the digital health space and the transformation happening in China and what is the implication and benefits also and the risks for the European players and the ecosystem. So these are some 3 points I want to go through with you. And first is, of course, to understand the China digital health landscape a bit better. And also it's very important to understand what are the opportunities, why I should interest in China and what is in for the players in Europe. And lastly, some practical tips and observations how to actually succeed in Chinese market if this is a topic you're considering for your environment. So let's start with the China and understand a little bit better what happens there, far away from where we are as right now. So as we know that China, based on multiple degree of reasons and historical context, is very different in many regards. And if we look at number, especially the economic, and we can see that China is, of course, now measured by the absolute GDP second, by the PPP already the biggest one. We have very huge population, even it was overtaken now by India. So it's still very strong GDP growth. The current numbers is much lower, but still contributes much of the world. On the other hand, we know that this is now Europe is still play a very important role, but overshadowed by many conflicts right now. But still, it is very important to see on the per capita base. On the healthcare industry, China, as I said, because of the human, that we have the second biggest healthcare market after the expenditure of the US. And but this is sheer size of the, based on the people, but degree of technology breakthrough, China is still trying to innovate fast. And right now, many of the players, of course, look into China because it has huge potential to grow. For example, if you see the healthcare expenditure per capita, China is now around $600-700 per year. And then compared to, for example, Germany, it's 5,000-6,000, so to say, a year a person. So you can see it's a huge potential from 10% maybe to catch up with the Western standards. And of course, we know that Europe is home for many of the big companies like Bayer, Merck, and also, of course, Novartis and Roche, and of course, medtech company like Siemens. So we know that this is the home of many of the strongly R&D innovation space. And what is really interesting, and also the focus for the next chapter, is of why digital health is a very game changer for China and the world, because China always overtakes things, right? For example, China is very strong in mobile payment, and they so to say, stepped the credit card phase. And this is something what happening also, especially catalyzed by the pandemic, as we will see in the next few minutes. So China is already very huge when it comes to absolute number of the market, over 45 billion in 2022, and it's rapidly growing. And you can see this is also compared to other nations, the US and India, it's also a very tremendous big gap you can already observe. And the whole pandemic helped Chinese market to really also increase the readiness and openness from many medical practitioners and medical professionals to really use the technology, adapt it. And because it's very important, as we learned, only to have the technology, but if you don't use it, or you have many barriers to actually adapt, as we see also in Germany, about many of the innovation we want to implement, electronic patient record, etc. So China, in that regard, because of authoritarian government, many things can be implemented more quickly. And I think no big technology gap and innovation trends can be happening alone. In China, as I touched, it's very strongly centralized by the government vision. So we have, maybe the 5-year plan where the government layouts focus for the next 5 years and politically. And there's a specific Healthy China 2030, which is already a long time ago established. And these are some pillars I just picked out to make it very clear that China, when it comes to policy, when it comes to government intention, it's very obvious. So the healthcare has become a national central priority because the aging population, because of the ever plaguing environment pollution. So it's very important to keep people in healthy shape. Prevention is a big topic. The government knows it can become very out of control, the cost, if we don't educate and prevent people from getting sick, and to make the environment and health a priority. And for achieving that, of course, innovation should help. And this is why China wants big company to thrive, want to innovation to get fast on the market. They want to make sure that privacy and GDPR, similar regulation don't get in the way. And of course, there's also a general system transformation. China is very fast when it comes to adoption. And this is why, when it's come to geographics, different regions can interlinked and it can be, transformed in the very faster pace per capita than we can see from the West. So, and as I also mentioned, because China predicts its very future based on the population growth, and this is where also the Communist Party comes to a limit, right? Because normally China is very strong when it comes to change and very dominant on fast decision making, but about the reproduction reproduction, this is something where the power of the community power comes to an end, because you cannot force people to have more children, at least not in the direct way. So China have to really see, okay, how's the chronic disease happening? How's the cancer development? Because some of very prevalent diseases, for example, lung cancer in China and the cardiovascular diseases is very plague in the country. So it's very essential to know that all this risks and to really build up a robust system, for example, to have a good universal coverage of patients. But right now, China is far from the capability which we see here in the West. But at least the development is on the right way. So here we maybe want to just see it to be specific, to be concrete, to see it as an example of a multinational pharma company, what could be some of the opportunities. Yeah, and as I said before, China is unique because of the large population. Not only the population itself, but it's also very high adaptability of the cell phone use, mobile first. We have very, mature and scalable system, healthcare system, because of course, percentage-wise, the technology standards is not very high, but because of the population, we see already very innovative healthcare providers and hospitals. And it's also a very fast-paced country where people work hard. You heard the 996, people work very long time hours, even on Saturday, because they are used to it. Because China, because of the population, very competitive. And this makes also everything happening with the innovation as company very fast. And then also there's already very strong and robust ecosystems. Heard of maybe like WeChat and others, where you already have interconnected platforms who is in the palm of people's hand everywhere, and where you can adopt your healthcare solution very easily to the patient's hand. And here you can also see, some of the very relevant steps of the aspect of digitalization when it comes to different departments and topics in the pharmaceutical companies. And this is something where you want to make sure, for example, the quality, you want to make sure there's data security features, how to make sure that quality assurance in the globalized world still can be happening, and want to give the confidence of the supply chain. And you want to make sure how to make especially when the pandemic hits, how to make the sales and the meetings still very productive and still very human and trustworthy, save time, increase efficiency. So you can see a lot of space are going to be digital, going to be AI driven, going to be helped and accelerated by this development of digitalization. So, and lastly, the point will be how to actually succeed. Of course, it is very individual when it comes to entering and to be active in Chinese market. But still, I think that some of the examples here should just give you a feeling of current developments. In the news, I think Czechia, for example, they are very active and big in China, and now they are actually trying to divide themselves back because of political issue with the US. So they have to create entity totally only linked to China, similar to SoftBank, the big investor. But the truth is also that all the big investors, the capital intensive institutions, they're still very willing and have to be stake in China, and including also many of the big pharma and Boehringer and others. They are also very active when it comes to have major shareholder of some of the healthcare company you never heard of, because they are only active in China as a market. So here you can just have an example of how the big pharmaceuticals have been working with the local partners and created some of the products and innovations that maybe you never heard. I think the most well-known one maybe is WeDoctor, where the collaboration with Tencent. So this is a medical research consultation service, telemedicine, And you have also very, sometimes even 100% owned by the pharma, where they can get total control and have an explicit interest to tackle the Chinese local market. And this is something unique. You have to know that many of the companies, even the billions evaluated company, they are not very well known in the West, because the market in China oftentimes is so big, so sufficient, they don't need to expand. And this is also true when Western company come to China and want to have a local solution, because they know the local market itself will be very attractive to be in the game. And here is also the example of Roche, and Roche itself had a very strong presence for a long time, and that they also started a very ambitious China strategy, China 2030 digital strategy, and also they have different partnerships already. One is also E2 is a Chinese AI medical company, and all in all, it's very obvious that more localized innovation and more localized research development is not only pressured by the government, saying, hey, you have to do more, but the more and more innovative companies are voluntarily doing this, because they know that the environment of the research is just very good for them. For example, clinical trials, they get very strong data access. They can get stronger, faster approval, and also the data set itself. Since China recognizes also the different clinical studies from the West and vice versa, it has become very convenient also using the patient data in China to proceed clinical trials and proceed your pipeline. And this is not the exception. And so for Roche, it's definitely very important not only to build the infrastructure, but actually to create a sense of digitized team, very collaborative approach, and also of course leveraging the existing resource which the company has built and the local diversity. And since China is the home of many of the leading chronic diseases of the prevalence, it definitely pays off in the long term. And similar, I think the other, Swiss giant Novartis has also very strong presence with Chinese local companies. And also they have created different apps already with Tencent, for example, AI nurse, and to regulate and manage the heart disease. And this is also something which is very unique in the sense that it's Chinese native. It is 100% designed for the Chinese market. And this is something that can get very strong acceptance if, of course, the infrastructure provided by Tencent, who is the owner of the WeChat, available and has also, of course, very strong and easy access to the hospitals and patients around Chinese market. Yeah, so I think to conclude, there's some of the takeaways I would give. First of all, I think the chances lies in the completion of the observe the value chain. To understand, there's many of the activities and many of the steps within the, so to say, value creation, the chance of the digitalization, and especially to see the role of China's market, from the typical supply chain and the supplier rule, China has emerged itself to more home for high innovative products, as we can see that more and more Chinese pharmaceutical companies are licensing out biosimilars and biologics, and to Western companies. We increasingly hear the deals that signed with the Western pharmas, and from that you can see this is a huge interest in the capability from Chinese side to export this innovation. And of course, it's also very important to recognize the key differentiations, key focus, and because digitalization is everywhere, it has to be of course, weighted in what's actually the differentiate here. And of course, Chinese regulation laws change rapidly, and it's very important to adapt it. And this make China also very interesting because you have to always be alert of changes, and this creates a new environment for newcomers. So nothing is set for years and decades. Rather, you have to be in the constant dynamism of the regulations. And of course, the Chinese population is very dispersed. There's a huge disparity between rich cities in the East Coast and to West. So it's a big chance, of course, to be involved and to tackle the partnership in the less developed tier cities. And lastly, the practice hints I just want to give you is, of course, do go there, be local. I just came back from China with the ministry delegation. It's very good to see that despite of current political tension, I think in the space of healthcare or in the environment protection, there's still very strong willingness and collaborative foundation to be discovered. So I think it's very good to go there. And the flights have become also very cheap nowadays. And as I said, use the advantage in China when it comes to data collection and the data usage, and to really, embrace that for also usage later can be recognized in the European Union. And of course, if you don't want to always do this things yourself, CRO and others services also become very professional in China, where you can succeed with your ideas and company. And with that, I want to thank you. And if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Chen. Thanks for this very nice and very interesting overview, and especially presenting this big master plan, so to say, on health for 2030. Very interesting. If I may ask one question, in your understanding, we heard about the financial, we heard about the politics, we heard about the about other challenges. How do you personally think, what are the three main challenges from the point of view of achieving or boosting the digital transformation in China? And especially we're speaking about, as you mentioned, the super urbanized cities, right? The cities with huge railway stations, with rows of these massage chairs. I just watched a short video showing the railway station, I think in Guangzhou, but also elsewhere. Obviously, the infrastructure is just amazing, of course, and developing at a pace that no European country is obviously able to duplicate or to replicate, and even even the Gulf countries are and now can be very easily compared to the wonderful and great infrastructure in Chinese megapolises, and I'm not sure who is going to win. But at the same time, you mentioned the divide between the rural areas and these big, urbanized centers. So what would be the approaches? And generally speaking, I mean, as I said, as I asked, what would be the main challenges that you could mention? 1, 2, 3 most important challenges. And what could be the approaches that the political leadership is taking or should be taking, according to you, to tackle these challenges?
Yeah, thank you for the question and the observation. So I think, I think the most important challenge to tackle is, of course, to familiarize, right? So because to succeed or to handle business in China is nothing new, and I think many companies have succeeded or failed even, but it's a rich experience that you can get already from others. So I think it's very important to really to do your homework, do the research, contact the different companies who are operating in China or chambers, German Chamber of Commerce. And there's a lot of, place you can go without invest your money and time too much to make sure that it's a valuable and it's the right timing and right way to conduct. And it's also important to immerse yourself to the country, to the place, to build the trust, to build the relationship, because I think this is also very important to understand, that people value very much the personal relationship and to build trust and to be able to really succeed, because otherwise it's very hard to operate 1,000 kilometers away. And second point I would mention is to be very, observant, to be very updated by the local rules and regulations in the both ways. It can very important to stay compliant, to stay, within the legal possibilities in China, but also it's an opportunity, as I said, that could be level the play field to give opportunities and chances for ones that are joining. So I think this is make China very interesting. It's not never boring. And lastly, I think it's very good to really understand that this is a market with strong their uniqueness. And if you can be successful with the Chinese market, then you can be ensured that you are not needing many of the expansion to other countries, since the market is very big. So with that said, I think it's also important to understand your product market fit and why this is something what the Chinese population will welcome. And since they have becoming more and more selective, it's not only enough just to be made in Germany. So, but once you can get acceptance, I think it's a really good story that you will be permanently rewarded by the high degree of growth and also high degree of the dynamic that you can observe. So these were the three things. And lastly, I think to the people who are involved in all this, I think at the end of the day, it's to benefit the people, right? The working class and the majority of the nation's people in both in China and Europe. So I hope that, of course, the policy framework can enable us to work where it's ever possible to create great goods. And I think healthcare is pretty obvious that this serves the interest of everybody, especially also when it comes to pandemic prevention and all the prevalent disease I talk about. So yeah, my conclusion is pretty hopeful, and for this to enable the bilateral collaboration.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Xincao.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time flies. We're moving to our two last keynotes this evening for this virtual plenary. And guess what? Both will be dedicated to large language models and generative AI. Indeed, it's amazing to think how much has changed just since the last DigiHealth Day that took place literally days, probably weeks before the hype of OpenAI and ChatGPT became a new reality. So it is my great pleasure to announce our next speaker, Mr. Artur Olesch from Germany, Poland and Germany. Again, those of you who have been active, especially not only in the community, but also on social media, with regard to digital health, definitely know Artur. He is one of the probably most prominent, I would say, journalists, writers, interviewers, and all in all influencers in digital health. And we are thrilled to have had Artur with us for the second consecutive year. Artur, thanks a lot for being also a supporter of the DigiHealth Day series. And as we always mention, we look forward to having you with us on site as well. very soon. So please take over. You should be able to talk to us.
Yes, hi, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can see myself, even if I enabled the video. So, well, maybe I will stay invisible if it's okay.
We're trying to solve that. So you have your camera on, basically.
Yeah, I have only a background, so you know it's AI. I'm staying invisible. I don't know. I'm only made of bytes for this presentation. But anyway,
just make sure that AI has not yet taken over you, Arthur. Keep control of your equipment, because
yeah, exactly.
that would be scary.
I will introduce my avatar.
Yeah,
anyway, yeah,
maybe you just remove the background to make you because that's really weird. So your camera
is really weird because I switch it on and I can see myself. I can see only the background. You know, I don't know what's happening, but it's technology. Sometimes
so your camera is on, but you also cannot see yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I can see myself, of course, as a person. I'm still existing, but I can see myself on Zoom.
Arthur, this is definitely a singularity. I have serious doubts whether it is now Arthur Olesh talking to us or language model. But anyways, let's proceed. Please share your slides if you have any.
Yeah, I will share my screen now. Then.
Thank God we have the audio at least.
Okay.
Yeah, fantastic. Coming up. Yes.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. So well, it's working. Fantastic.
Please take over. At least something is left to humans. Take over.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much that I can take part in this great presentation. You know, it's a great honor to be with you today, and thank you so much for the invite. I'm really impressed by all the presentations I've been following today, and congratulations on the agenda and such an inspiring event. The question is, of course, what I can say more about the AI in healthcare after the workshop on AI that some of you participated in the morning and after all the presentations. But I will try to do my best. So my name is Arthur Olesh. I've been working for 20 years as a digital health journalist. And I'm also a founder of an information portal about digitalhealth.com. And recently, you know, I've been thinking a lot about when basically AI will take over my job as a journalist. Maybe AI already took over myself as a person because you can't see me in a way. But probably many of you ask this question yourself. But well, today I'm not here today I'm here to bring you some good news. I will try to explain the buzz around the GPT, generative AI, and the large language models and what AI can do for us and what it can basically, because we are talking a lot about things AI can do, but there are some things that AI really can't do. So, well, in the next 30 minutes, you will learn or you will find some knowledge or news about why is AI more empathetic than doctors. And yes, it indeed is more compassionate. Some studies say so. Will chatbots see you soon and will they advise patients or make triage? And how healthcare professionals can already master AI, how patients will benefit from the AI advancements, and how we all will benefit because AI is for all of us since the ChatGPT is on the market. We've been trying how AI is working and what does it mean for us. So we just have to specify the clear line between when we can apply AI and when we should involve people in care in healthcare. And this is a dilemma because people are becoming a very rare and precious resource in healthcare. And the last thing is, I will try to convince you that AI is neither just a calculator doing great computation, not a talking parrot, because you've probably read all these articles. Yeah, AI is just a calculator and it's nothing more. I don't really agree with that. AI is definitely not what we have learned from science fiction movies like that one, but this picture is still in our minds and makes us scared whenever somebody mentions words like artificial intelligence, robots, or algorithms. So if there is one thing you should remember from this presentation today, please take this one. AI is a science, it's not a science fiction, and every science improves our life. So it's good, yes. It can be dangerous, of course, but it depends on us if we use it for good or bad. And AI is better than humans in calculations, but AI has no feelings, AI has no soul, AI has no consciousness. AI is great at analyzing data, but it doesn't understand the complexity of our world. And our world is very complex. And it can be showed or presented in numbers sometimes. It's too complex. So talking to you today, I ask myself if AI couldn't make this presentation better. It could make this presentation better. For example, smarter or even funnier than I did it. And even if it can't yet, it will. If these slides are published, for example, online, AI will change them into data to learn and copy and paste without any ethical dilemmas or doubts about copyrights. Yeah, that's AI. We know how ChatGPT is working. So also healthcare professionals are a little bit confused already. According to the latest studies, ChatGPT is 10 times more empathetic than human doctors when answering patients' questions online. So the machine never gets annoyed or stressed. The machine is never in a hurry. It remembers every pixel and performs well even on Mondays, even on bad days. Palm, it's another large language model from Google, has recently passed the medical exam by answering, if I remember well, 83% of the questions correctly, or even there was a study that says that 90% of the questions correctly were answered correctly. And 2 years ago, we still could just laugh reading that AI failed with a score of 33%, because 2 years ago it was 33%. So no surprise that some hospitals already are looking for an AI prompt engineer. This is a time that even healthcare professionals are thinking about taking some courses on AI and prompting. This is really fascinating how this wave that ChatGPT caused is coming to healthcare. And even more, I think it's a bad news that AI has talents. DALL-E, an AI system, or for example, Midjourney, maybe you use it from time to time. These are the AI systems that create images from text, makes pictures from far more stunning than even some artists. And all this just within seconds, following your instructions. You can transform your ideas to a picture. All you need to do is just to have a clear idea of what you would like to get at the end of the day. So philosophers discuss already the twilight of humanity as we know it. Maybe you know Yuval Harari, the philosopher and the historian. And some experts herald Armageddon in the labor market. Scientists welcome great applications of AI in research. Some futurists even foresee the dawn of the tech curve. Well, it already sounds a little bit scary, tech curve. But what can really generative AI? The answer is, from my perspective, AI can data and K-data very, very well. So it is a stunning masterpiece from my perspective of computer engineering. It searches kind of patterns in a lake of billions of data points and uses this to create new things out of it. Whenever it's a ChatGPT or it's a Midjourney, it's all the time, it's about data processing, data analyzing, and finding some patterns and making from these patterns a big picture. So, where are all these technologies taking us, basically? I'm thinking that we are just dealing with some kind of socio-technological evolution. It's not about technology, it's about only technology, AI, digital health. The technology and social component drive each other. And the stronger the technological development, the stronger the progress, the societal progress. So it's never about only technology and only society. If you think about, for example, smartphones, we started to use it as a technology. We were curious how it works, but now it has become a part of our life. It has changed how we are communicating with each other, how we are spending free time, what we are doing, how we are also communicating with our family, with friends. So this is a very fascinating kind of societal progress or mechanism that is influencing all of us. And now another technological element joined the game of digital health. I mean artificial intelligence. This is something I'm talking about today. Large language models, generative AI, artificial intelligence as a concept, as a social concept, but also as a technology. So let me start with some examples that will help you to understand this transformation that we are dealing with right now in healthcare. I don't know if you have seen this small written robot that you see on the screen. It's a robot, a very cute mental health coach grounded in science, specifically cognitive behavioral therapy, powered by natural language processing. You can ask it what to do when you, for example, feel down. It will cheer you up. It will chat with you every day, and it will make jokes and offer practical advice if you're down. So Webot was developed before the large language models like ChatGPT, and it already exchanges millions of messages every week, as I read recently on the website of the Webot. It is perfected, it skills with every interaction, with every little interaction with the patient. So this is not a static model. It is a model that is developing itself with time and with every interaction. And what it does, patients can take care of themselves. You would say that patients prefer a doctor over an app. Yeah, probably most of the doctors would say so. And I would answer yes, but no, because Generation Z, and I'm not Generation Z, I'm too old for that, but Generation Z has a different perspective. They want to access health as easily as they communicate with friends, and they do shopping straight from their smartphones, not waiting in a long waiting times, just, click one button and being already connected with a doctor. Or let's take this AI-driven symptom checker. It knows more than 700 conditions and thousands of symptoms, more than a doctor on average. I made a little research and I found that average doctor knows around 200, maybe 300 diseases, because a doctor usually sees only small patient cohorts limited to the area of disease, limited to the area where he or she is working. So once I've interviewed Professor Kahneman, a Nobel Prize winner in economic sciences, and he said that he wouldn't trust people who make decisions following only intuition. AI doesn't use intuition. AI uses knowledge, and sometimes it is also biased knowledge, of course, but it's getting better very quickly. We've seen it over the last 2 years, how generative AI and how AI has become even better and better. So another example is Florence. This is an AI-powered digital health worker, not developed by a funky startup, but by the World Health Organization to address misinformation around COVID-19. Florence can answer questions, for example, regarding quitting smoking, unhealthy diet, healthy lifestyle, including physical activity and many more. So we are seeing that this AI thing is also entering public health. This is really new. And all these tools are developing quickly since AI can generate realistic avatars and speak as humans do. So for example, you can now even have a video call with artificial intelligence. This is on the left side, you see the Any app. It's your new best AI friend and super intelligent assistant. I can only recommend to download the app and try just to talk with Annie like you used to talk with a friend. She's a little bit, sometimes lost, and sometimes the answers are awkward, but still it's very impressive how it reacts, and the fluency of the conversation is really convincing. So I was really convinced when I tried for the first time. And we can expect similar doctor avatars using large language models like ChatGPT, like for example, Dave. Dave on the right side of the screen is the first AI oncology mentor that answers patients' questions and explain test results. It was developed by a startup in Israel. So on top of that, we have all these smart watches and bands that measure vital signs and tell people what to do to stay fit, or even warn them if something is wrong. So we measure more and more parameters and produce more and more data, and data is a food for AI. Of course, this is a strategy also of big tech companies to collect data, to offer this kind of devices, to collect data, train algorithms, and create new products. This is also happening in healthcare. This is also why big tech is entering healthcare, because they are already good at collecting healthcare data or healthcare-related data. Maybe, healthcare data, I mean the data in the electronic patient record, but healthcare-related data as the data from the all the smartwatches. And what does it mean for us? During many debates, I'm still asked if we are not heeding to dystopian techno-care, AI-driven care that is not human, that is called robotic care. And so in return, I like to ask, is the medicine we have today human? Is it really human? Is it something that we would like to have? Is there a patient-doctor relationship that we wish to have? Medicine is now overburdened. Doctors, long waiting times, inefficient, and not always evidence-based care. I mean, not always evidence-based care, because doctors are making decisions being a little bit biased, because they are still using only their experience, or maybe a little bit of data in the electronic healthcare record. But still, at the end of the day, it's a decision based on experience. It means that it is a biased decision. And medicine is organ-oriented, not patient-oriented, and it's more reimbursement-driven instead of outcomes-driven as it should be. So this was the medicine 200 years ago. Doctors could only guess what was wrong with the patient. And since then, our life expectancy has doubled due to technological advancements and improved living conditions. And 200 years ago, the doctors were called usually when it was already too late. And today we can recognize diseases before patients recognize their first symptoms. So tomorrow we'll be able to maybe identify the health risk very early and manage them. So medicine has become data science. Command centers like that one on the picture use machine learning algorithms to track patients 24 hours, 7 days a week. There is one place that is operating for many hospitals. On the wall, you can see all the data coming from the healthcare facilities. Of course, the data is already processed by AI, so you can see only the alarm when something is going wrong. Something is going wrong when it comes to operations, organization in a hospital, or maybe patient health. So digital technologies and AI will find their place in healthcare anyway for many reasons. One of them is because 4 things are key for patients, from my perspective at least. It's a hope, it's a help, it's a heal, and it's a hinder or prevention. I wanted to make 4H. So let's start with hope. Hope you can't get from a machine, yeah, but only from a human. Here's a role for doctors, making relationships with their patients, supporting them, chatting with them. And yes, it's also essential encouraging them, communicating with their families, or just giving a good word when needed. Yeah? And this means one, ChatGPT won't see you soon. It doesn't care. ChatGPT doesn't care. It just uses billions or trillions of parameters to put together words in a way that follow a pattern. And that's it. And healthcare is a process. It's not just an outcome. And ChatGPT, if you let it, will optimize your life, reminding you what to do so you can, for example, enjoy your life at its finest and longest. But it won't hold your hand when you are laying in bed and you are sick. So questions you are confronted with while being sick, or when you have doubts that arise from existential prime or fear, can be answered by even perfectly crafted formulas like here are 5 possible options for or common approaches when you have this disease includes so and so. So no way, AI won't take care of you. Secondly, patients don't want to be left behind, left alone. Nobody wants to suffer alone. So it's the healthcare system's responsibility to help patients navigate their pathways. Thus, the healthcare system should use digital technologies to make patients' journeys as easy and short as possible, so that they don't have to spend hours in the waiting rooms, for example. And third element is the heal and hinder. Healing is the role of medicine, drugs, medical devices, doctors, and science. This is what healthcare is focused on now, but the most potential is still in hindering the diseases, I mean in prevention. Doctors supported by digital technologies will become not professionals that fix patients, but some kind of architects of health, yeah, engineers of health. And AI will also enable this shift. From my recent article, I developed this graph to illustrate the clear division between AI and humans in medicine. AI will be good in prevention, health coaching, and guiding individuals through life. Health is mostly a matter of healthy choices, not always, but in many cases. But when the first symptoms appear, the proportions change. Now humans take over the care. Of course, we can discuss where the 2 lines should cross each other, but this is what we should consider when designing health and communications with patients. When people are healthy, they don't care about health. Here, AI can be great support to free the resources in the healthcare system and, for example, cut down the number of visits. For example, a simple cold usually doesn't need an on-site visit. But at this point, we have to answer the question that was asked today so many times: how to inspire trust in technology and AI? Trust is the key word. What to do to make patients basically trust in all these innovations? Many research papers have been written in this area, and I could talk about it for probably hours, but trust is very tricky, as Professor Jill Neff from Cambridge told me once in my recent interview. But one thing is critical to remember: we trust when the benefits outweigh the dangers or negatives. This is a very individual, of course, because what an advantage is for one person, for example, access to health data using an electronic patient record, can be a danger for another person, for example, privacy concerns due to rising cyber attacks. So thus education and digital literacy are other critical ingredients for boosting trust. And this is the best example to support this thesis that trust is when benefits exceed dangers. Facebook, we use social media, but we know that they threaten our privacy, steal our time, and polarize the societies. They can influence elections. They are not good for our mental health, probably, and they breed hate speech. But Facebook offers fun and connects us with friends. It allows us to share great moments and feel connected. But of course, Facebook uses an ethically philosophical mechanism to keep us using it. And this is wrong. But anyway, the advantages matter more than the dangers for us. And studies show patients reveal symptoms or secrets to robots they don't share with doctors. This is even surprising. For example, consider patients from small towns with embarrassing diseases like sexually transmitted diseases, SDGs. Robots don't judge patients. AI doesn't judge, but AI delivers insights. So look at this, for example, AI-driven dog, very cute one. I've recently interviewed Julia, who has been disabled since her birth. And this robotic dog you see on the screen is for her almost like a friend. She is playing with him every day. She's talking to him when she's sad. So, you know, it's always about perspective. Before judging AI, try to see it from the perspective of the patient. Before you say that we shouldn't use AI because this and that, try to walk in patients' shoes, because for some patients, that could be the only one help. I know that my time is running away, but still I have only a few slides and it's over. So when we talk about AI in healthcare, we can ignore ChatGPT. Of course, healthcare professionals already use ChatGPT. It can answer questions regarding symptoms and write patient clinic letters. Of course, ChatGPT also can hallucinate. It can make up data and sometimes it lies. But first and foremost, it's not a medical device. However, ChatGPT can be a very valuable tool for doctors, nurses, and clinics to write, for example, health-related blogs, communicate on social media, and as a result, build better doctor-patient relationships. It can be used also to optimize care, streamline, support clinical workflows. So, as you see on the screen, I asked ChatGPT to write a poem for a child afraid of vaccination. It can do it very well. And the recent trend is embedding a generative AI tool into medical IT systems to help the doctor extract the most relevant information from patients' electronic record. And this is only the beginning. I also listen to doctor-patient conversations and transfer the key information to the AHR systems. Imagine how much time doctors would save if they don't have to type data into a computer. So another area is knowledge. Doctors often don't have time to read all research papers and scientific articles, but tools like LEC, Ask Paper AI, and even ChatGPT can help to synthesize the essential takeaways within a second. It's another AI tool that can save so much time of the doctors. And AI can augment doctors' work in many ways. It can also help to communicate with patients in English and other languages. In Japan, it doesn't matter. It can make notes when you speak, proofread your article, and transcribe voice to text. So the possibilities are really great. I will skip a few slides just to speed it up. Maybe this one. Yeah, there's one more thing that I wanted to tell you. Of course, algorithms can't replace doctors. All the machine learning algorithms pay no attention to the way data are distributed statistically. And it means This is this one, yeah. And this means that, for example, if we have a symptom M and symptom B, symptom C might suggest it's a flu, but there is always a margin of error. And in medicine, we do not accept errors. This is a huge limitation that in medicine can hinder the benefits of AI and the creation of digital twins, for example, which many engineers are working on. So even in the most modern airplanes equipped in autopilot, there are still and will be human pilots who take control over the machine when things go wrong. Same example without autonomous cars. They can be fooled even by using some sticks on the road sign. So AI is not intelligent at all. And my very last slide, if you're already terrified and start asking yourself, when will I find the time to do this, or I'm too old for this, or I don't know nothing about AI and innovation, don't worry. You don't have to be a data scientist. You don't have to know all the tools and technologies. However, there's one thing you need. This is a curiosity and willingness to learn. You have already learned how to drive a car and use complicated machines like computers and smartphones. I remember when I got my first PC and I thought, oh my God, I would never manage to learn how to use it. That's not for me. But today I can't imagine life without my laptop. And I'm wondering how I learned to use the first version of Windows. Yeah, so thank you very much for your time, and please let's connect on LinkedIn if you wish to. I wish you a very inspiring conference. It's the first day, the second day is tomorrow. So yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It was really great to talk to you.
Thank you, Artur. Maybe a real quick question, because we're still a few minutes behind our schedule. About you were interviewing so many people, from both the policymakers, academia, physicians as well, and also the public, the citizens. From your experience, are you seeing something like a generational divide with regards to acceptance or adoption of AI, both on the part of clinical people and general citizens? Real quick.
Yes, there is a gap. There is a gap in between the people who are not digital literate. There is a huge gap. People who are digital literate, there is no gap, because there are persons who are a little bit older, seniors, they are very interested in new technologies. But still, this gap exists among doctors who are open-minded, they want to learn new things, and doctors who are very closed and are following the old patterns. The gap is there, and this will be one of the most significant challenges to just close the gap, the digital health in society. In society, and just to strengthen the digital skills. That's
Sorry, Artur, as a follow-up, real quick, what do you think? The more tech-savvy is a doctor, the more or the less she is scared of AI?
I don't think, being scared is never a good teacher. So I would say it's better to be fascinated by AI, not to be scared.
Right, let's not say scared, let's say concerned with the possible perspectives of AI.
I can agree that being a little bit scared or concerned can be a great motivator just to learn more and just to find information and trying to keep up with what's new.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, it should be. Thanks a lot. Thanks again, Artur.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to seeing you in Pfarrkirchen. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our last talk for this plenary, and we deliberately kept this speaker, this wonderful person, as a last presenter for today. And it is my great pleasure to present Dr. Javi Castro, who is one of the probably most prolific author, writer, and influencer, and a great supporter, I would say, especially of large language models, especially of using Gen AI in medicine and healthcare. Harvey is very prominent public speaker, and he sits on the board of a couple of companies that he'll mention himself. And he also authored a best-selling book that I have an honor of owning a copy with his autograph from the time we first met a few months ago. Harvey, it's a great pleasure not only having you with us for the DigiHealth Day, but of course just being connected with you, knowing you, and following you on social media and elsewhere. And thank you for this opportunity to hear from you. Please take over. Talk to us.
First of all, it's an honor to be here. Hopefully next year, maybe I can make it to Germany. So I appreciate it. I'm going to share my slides and I'll get started and I'll talk. That way I can make sure that you guys can see my slides. And then let me hit this one button, and I think that should make it big so that you should be able to see it, hopefully. Let me see if I can control it. Don't know why. Notice my computer having a little lag, but let me try this other thing, sorry. Worst comes to worst. Let's see, can you see the slides there?
We can see it, I think, in presenter mode. Is that right? Can you maybe share just the second desktop, if you wish?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Let me see. When I hit duplicate slides, I think it takes my ability away from, makes it bigger, but I have a, let me see if I can control my slides.
Oh, this is the best for us to see it, but yeah.
Yeah. And this is great, but unfortunately I don't know why I'm having trouble controlling the slides. I can see it, but I can't. Oh, wait, here we go. I could do that. Okay, let's just do this.
You probably should just click on the slide and then you should be able to move them around. Okay, yes, there is slide transition.
Okay, there we go. All right, so let's just start off. So first of all, thank you guys, and we'll jump in. And in the interest of time, first of all, thank you everyone. I know it's crazy. It's the last speaker, so I know you guys are tired, but I'm gonna promise you this, I'll make it as best as I can. So let's start with a prop. You guys have not seen any props, I'm sure, this week. So this is a prop. This is Meta AI's glasses made by Ray-Ban. I can take a picture of the audience if I'm live. I can take a video with this. But what's really cool is in the spring, it'll be paired to Llama. And Llama, think of it as another GPT equivalent, but not as powerful. And then say if I was out there and I would look at the computer screen, I could take a picture of it and say, hey, what kind of computer is this? How much does this cost? I would be in Germany, so I would imagine if I was out eating with you guys, some of the menu may be difficult for me, but I could use the glasses to take a picture of it and then translate it. Some of the cars out in Germany, I'm sure I would love some of the Mercedes and BMWs out there. I'd probably take a picture of it and it would analyze that and then tell me what kind of car that is and what the price is. Kind of cool. So I just wanted to share that prop with you. It's pretty neat. Okay, so ChatGPT, I don't know if you guys have heard of this story, but about a month ago-ish, 6 weeks, this little boy was on USA Today, and it was basically, he was having chronic pain. He had seen 17 doctors over 3 whole years saying, hey, nobody can figure this out. And thank God this woman, the mom, did something amazing. She took all the clinical notes, all the MRIs, put it into ChatGPT and said, hey, ChatGPT, what is wrong with my son? Well, ChatGPT said, it could be tethered cord syndrome. So then the mom made an appointment, sat with the neurosurgeon, told him about what she did. And the neurosurgeon went back and looked at the MRI and said, you know what? Actually, I do see signs of tethered cord syndrome, and actually made the diagnosis. So thank God for that kid, and thank God for ChatGPT. And so when we talk about ChatGPT and generative AI, there's a zillion models out there. I mean, I'm sure everybody's like, holy cow, I can't keep up. I can't keep up. And I try to make it my point to know everything. And so when you look at this slide, you're going to see the different GPTs out there. And this GPT-4 is the one everybody's talking about. It's 1.76 trillion. And that's huge. Just to give you an example, I just talked about Llama. And it's a Llama 2, that little blue dot. So what's in the future? What's happening? I know some of the speakers already talked about Palm 2. I'm going to mention Claude 2. There's a big one that's coming that I cannot wait. I'm like a little kid waiting for this one. It's called Google's Gemini. That should be coming out in the next month or two. If you haven't heard of it, just Google Gemini, and you'll be shocked what this is. Studies and people out there are saying this is probably about 10 times stronger than ChatGPT. So if that is the case, it's going to be amazing. And so moving on, why is ChatGPT so important? Why do we even care about this kind of stuff? The way I see it is this. According to Scientific American, a journal of March 28 of this year, they did a study and they actually said that ChatGPT's IQ was of 155. Just to put it in perspective, Albert Einstein was around 160. Elon Musk is around 155. The general population, if you look at this graph, is somewhere between 80 and 110, with a sweet spot between 90 and 100. Just to put you at a side, in the United States, we had this person that was called the Unabomber, and over 20 years, he was just kept mailing bombs. The only reason I mention it is his IQ was actually around 180. So necessarily, there's not a correlation with the higher IQ, the better you are. It's just you're really smart. But my point is this: if we can use the power of ChatGPT plus our human being abilities, we'll actually get more. And in a little bit, I'll have a slide. So how does it work? Big picture. Think of it as we use all this data, the algorithm spits out information. It's all probability. It's all trying to guess the next word. And then depending on what we see as a result, we, the humans, reinforce it. And so that's what ChatGPT did. And so they did human reinforcement learning from human feedback. Now, this is healthcare. As in healthcare, the problem is this wasn't done by doctors. This was just people without medical degrees that looked at an output and said, yeah, that looks good to me. Let's reinforce it. And I'll go into it more later. And so how do I personally use it? I'm a big entrepreneur. I'm a doctor. I've done different businesses, but I love the ideation stage. So just using it for brainstorming, just asking it questions, solutions to problems, to pain points in industries. Now, to keep it even a little bit, there's other plugins out there like Claude AI and Pi and Poe, and I can talk about those later, and those are the symbols at the bottom. And so in healthcare, how do we use ChatGPT? How can I do it like today? I tell my patients the following. Doctors, unfortunately, don't do a good job sometimes talking to their patients. Sometimes doctors, I'm a doctor myself, I'm an ER, and sometimes some doctors come across very cold or don't understand the culture. So case in point, I've been telling doctors, you know what, why not use ChatGPT to help you with communication? Yes, maybe we're in Germany, but I'm from the United States. I have US examples that if I say some of them, and if I say football, you guys think soccer. Oh, you think football for real. I think it's soccer. And my point is this: if I use ChatGPT to help bridge that communication between cultures, ethics, all our differences that we have, and to really make that better experience, I think I'd be able to close the gap between communications. And so I'm saying, let's use ChatGPT to help me regionalize my words, my examples, the way I speak to you. So if I had to work in Germany, that I could be the best doctor out there using German examples and using ChatGPT. And so from a patient's point of view, I know some of my doctors hate when I tell them this, but I tell my patients, use ChatGPT before coming to see me. Put in your questions, obviously GDPR, privacy, and make sure you're not violating any of those things. But make sure you put in the question. So if you know you have diabetes, hypertension, you want to lose weight, whatever it is, put those things into ChatGPT and then make a clinical list of all the things you want to talk to the doctor and follow-up questions. And if there's some concepts that you don't understand, have ChatGPT tell you. And then when you meet with your doctor, you can sit down and say, hey, this is how I understand this disease. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or here's a follow-up question to my high cholesterol. Like, I don't understand why I'm taking this pill. Should I be using that? And then I'm telling my patients, bring your computer. So that way, when we sit down, we'll go through it together and we can communicate and get the most. Unfortunately, in the United States, the average doctor only gets about 13 minutes with their patients. It's very little. And so the next part is post-patient visits. And so what does this mean? So I'm saying use ChatGPT to fix your website, fix your discharge instructions, make them better. It doesn't make sense to use the same discharge instructions for the disease when everybody's disease is a little bit different. So why not customize it using it ChatGPT? Now, I'm going to give props to a hospital in England. I forget the name of it, but the skinny is this. They had a child, 5 years old. She was having trouble breathing. They diagnosed with asthma. The child had no idea what asthma was. The parents neither. And so they took the normal discharge instructions, fed it into ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT, they said, hey, convert it to the words of a 5-year-old. And so they took all the language, made it easy how you would speak to a 5-year-old, but then they added it to Midjourney, and then they put the concepts of what was told in the discharge instructions, and they put it into a coloring book. And then when the child was discharged, the parents, the doctor, the nurse could color with the child and explain why the medicine is important, why they need a test for certain things. And, this person had exercise induced. So telling the child, hey, every time you run, you may get a chance that you may get into asthma. So it was really cool. And I thought, man, this is the future of healthcare. This is how we can do stuff today. And so this guy named Matt Wolf did his own little study where he took the different text to image AI algorithms that are out there. So like DALL-E, everybody's heard of, and then like Midjourney, where you can type and it makes a picture. And he gave scores to all of them. And in his opinion, the best one was DALL-E 3, which is part of ChatGPT. All the pictures in this presentations are all made from DALL-E 3. In fact, at some point, I was even having AI write the lecture for me, and then I was modifying it. I thought people would find that interesting, but if I'm teaching it, I really need to use it myself. And so this is kind of crazy. This is a podcast that I did. It's called the GPT podcast. And what I did is I cloned my voice. I took medical journals that I'm like, oh, this is a good article, AI in healthcare. I feed it into ChatGPT, and then I tell it, hey, give me a presentation between my business partner and I. And it makes a script. And then after that, I've already cloned my voice. I cloned my business partner's voice. And then within 10 minutes, this whole process is done, probably 5. And then we have the picture we have generated by AI. We have the manuscript and the podcast, and we upload it to Spotify. It's a way that I think we can help our patients, help our medical training, use this in telemedicine, use this in mental health, communicate with different populations in our healthcare. And so I encourage everybody, if I could do it, I'm sure you guys can do it. But this is something simple that we use 11 labs. So anyway, wanted to show you that. And so this is another top slide of mine that I really love this slide. So medical data doubles every 30 days. Some people say 72, I say 30. I was meeting with the speaker yesterday for healthcare AI, and he was telling me he thinks it's more like a couple of days. But anyway, bottom line is we get so much information. We have to improve. How do we do it? If I had to read, if I was a general practitioner, I would have to read 21 hours every single day just to keep up. No one can do that. But I really think using the power of GPT to create these summaries, to create automatic emails that every week I get the latest journals, and it gives me all the synopsis of each one, and it's specific to my specialty, will make me a better doctor. Now, here's the cool part. So Harvard did this cool study. Look at the slide at the bottom here on the left, my left, and it shows a little red dot between 1 and 2. And then it shows a human expert between 3 and 6. And so what they did basically is they said, okay, they presented people with a problem, and a random person gave a solution. That solution got ranked between 1 and 2. The human expert got more points because obviously they're expert in the field, and they got a higher quality of response. And that response was between a 3 and 6. But what's crazy is they asked the same question to ChatGPT, and that got ranked between like 4 and 7.5. And I thought, wow, that's beating the human expert. But here's the best part. Here's why I think we're not going to lose our jobs. You see that little red line above GPT-4? So they took that average human that was only scoring 1 or 2 quality, and they had it work with ChatGPT-4, and you can see how it got a better quality and overall better. So that's my point. Using AI, it's not going to take my job, but it's going to augment me, and it's going to make me a better doctor. Now I'm going to split through some of these slides. This one is just to show proof of concept. This website called Data Science AI is the skinniest. It's kind of like Conmigo, the Khan Academy AI, but the skinny is this. It's just an AI to help tutor you and help evaluate you. And as you're learning data science in this particular website, it'll walk you through and tell you about different angles of data science and actually teach you through the spot, which I thought that's the future. That's how I think medicine is going to happen. So I've said all these amazing things about ChatGPT, and I know all day you've heard about hallucinations, and the training since September 21 is now updated. I need to update my slide because as of Monday, OpenAI says that all their ChatGPT 4 users will get April of 2023. So that has already been updated. But the problem still stays, this wasn't trained for healthcare. This wasn't meant for medicine. And that's why I think something like BioGPT or another GPT that is trained in healthcare will be the winner. And so obviously we got biases, and I'm sure you guys talked about it, and we can talk about it a little bit on the Q&A, but that's a problem. And then the huge carbon footprint. This thing costs between $700,000 and $800,000 a day. So think how much money we're burning through and the carbon footprint to this. So that's another issue. Obviously ethics, me personally, I'm worried that we're going to have ethical dilemmas where if someone's using AI and let's just say they live longer, and let's just say because they live longer, they're using AI and it's better quality of life. But then let's just say OpenAI tomorrow decides, oh, it's going to be $1,000 a month. Now we're going to have an issue with people that can't afford this. The other part of this is I'm just worried that there's going to be this over-reliance, and we'll talk about that later and I have it here in this slide, of dependency on AI. I'm a doctor that's done this for about 20-something years. So when I see ChatGPT's output or AI's output, I know this is correct or this is wrong, or I have a better feel. But I'm worried about the younger doctors that don't have 20 years experience, that see AI as like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever, and don't realize. I feel like, yes, we have guardrails of the HIPAA and GDPR, but I want to make sure that we do what's best for our patients. I'm worried about big companies doing things like Samsung, that some of you guys have heard of this story, that one of the employees was working on code for Samsung and used intellectual property, put it into ChatGPT to help him finish the code, and then didn't realize that he was literally giving this information to OpenAI. One of the other things that people say, you know what, Harvey, ChatGPT does not give me references. And my answer back is like, use Perplexity AI, use Bing Chat, and then also you can ask ChatGPT, give me the references, but no matter what, even if the reference looks good, it can hallucinate still. So you need to still go back and look. But these are two ones that I've had really good success. If you have been using ChatGPT 4, there's this thing called plugins, and it gives you access to the internet, access to other things, and I'll show you some other stuff. My other part of my talk, I always say, the unknown. So what is the unknown? We don't know. I personally think that we're going to start seeing healthcare move really fast in Europe, and especially, I think, Africa. Because of the pros versus cons, I really think some of the world leaders are going to look at this and say, you know what, this population has zero healthcare. Let's use AI to help our patients. And I particularly see a vision where maybe they're using like a physician assistant, a big mobile device, a big mobile truck with a bunch of terminals, and then have people come in and have ChatGPT talk to them and evaluate them and take care of them. And then a doctor or a PA will go through and evaluate to see if that is good. As far as those places in Africa that don't have internet, I do see a future where we'll be using satellite internet to help these different populations around the world. And I really see that. I think those kind of things are going to happen outside of the US quicker. So we'll see. So I already mentioned Google Gemini. I think next year is going to be the year of multimodality. And after hearing OpenAI's talk on Monday about all the stuff that they're doing, the little GPTs, I'm going to add that next to this slide. But the skinny is this. GPT is in our life, AI is in our life. Microsoft is already incorporating GPT into the Windows. So next year, it'll be standard that when you buy a new Windows computer and they have Windows 12, it'll already have GPT incorporated into the Microsoft OS. It's already out there for some people, some enterprise edition. So we're already seeing it out there. I'm really big in plugins, but I think we're going to be transitioning from ChatGPT plugins to ChatGPT GPTs, and I'll talk about that a little later. We're talking about healthcare, so let's talk about some of the things. So multimodality is where I could take a picture of anything, an EKG, an X-ray, upload it to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT can interpret it. So I'm an ER doc. I'll do a quick example. As an ER doctor, I get a lot of people that are overdosed. I have no idea what they overdosed on. There's pills on the bed, and the paramedics bring me this patient that's unconscious. I can't talk to them, and then I have these pills. Well, if I have my phone, I could take a quick picture of the pill. It could identify it. It could tell me, oh, this is Tylenol overdose. That can be linked to my electronic medical record. The pharmacist can say, oh, here's the antidote, and I can have that quickly. Right now, the way it works is I have to get an app out, I have to see if it has it, I have to look at the little code on it. It takes a while, but there's no interpretation of the pill itself. Here, it can actually take it to the next level and say, oh, if your patient has XYZ, here's the antidote. And me as a human, I can say, oh, you know what? That does make sense. That is correct. So I see a future where we'll be having all these tools in different parts of medicine. And so I'm not going to use all these categories, but GPT in general, I've talked about making it pre-authorized letters for our insurance company to give us authorization. We can use ChatGPT to help us, or any GPT, to help us create better summaries of the chart. And right now, Epic is working with Microsoft and OpenAI to create this, and it's already coming out. Startups are already doing this. Different companies are already jumping on this bandwagon. I'm not going to go into all of those, but I'm just going to say another thing that people aren't thinking is, how about teaching doctors empathy? Doctors have a hard time with patients sometimes, and they forget. But why not take a lesson from ChatGPT and say, hey, how do I sit? What words should I use? What are the things that doctors do wrong with empathy? And then ChatGPT in itself can teach us to do better. And so these are all the different ways how large language models can help us with different applications with medical records, patient communications, disease diagnosis, drug discoveries, all the things you guys have pretty much heard throughout before I came on. I'm just going to highlight that 90% of pharmaceutical, the price to bring a drug to market has gone down with AI. Companies are saying that they can, instead of spending $1 billion, they're spending $100 million to get a product to market. And why does that matter? Well, if there's only 1,000 people in the world that have disease X, and AI is bringing the cost to make a solution or come up with something to help them, then I think pharmaceutical companies are going to do it sooner than later, as opposed to if prices continue to be high. I know when we do medical research, we have GPT tools, like I mentioned, Perplexity and ChatGPT, and in the future, we're going to have more and more products that are going to be even better to help us identify some of the medical literature out there. I know I was playing with ChatGPT's plugin for clinical trials and medical research, and I was shocked how accurate this information was and how much better it was than Google. So I mentioned the drug development, taking that to another level, personalized medicine. The human genome obviously is huge. And if you could take this large data, plug it into a GPT equivalent and help create better personalized medicine, I see a future where I see you as my patient, and I literally have your genetics, and then I can say, you know what, these are the drugs that would work better with your body versus your wife or husband. These drugs will not, because you guys are not the same. I really think we're going to start seeing personalized medicine coming pretty soon here. I won't go into this one too much, but it's basically this lady had a son that had this syndrome, and they asked AI to help this child, and basically it had to do with nutrition and increasing this ADNP gene, and AI was able to find the pain point and find a solution. It was kind of interesting. So in the interest of time, I'm going to keep going because I want to make sure we have time for Q&A. So I mentioned Khan Academy. Khan Academy just teaches kids. It's free, but they added an AI bot. Morgan Stanley has their own GPT. Microsoft obviously is big on this. I'm going to shed light here to New York Tron. So New York Tron is basically a bunch of hospitals that are together in the same hospital system. They took all the discharge instructions and clinical notes, and they put it into a large language model, and then they converted it into a predictive tool. So they could say, okay, Miss Smith comes in with XYZ. This Miss Smith should stay based on our algorithm. It says she shouldn't go home yet, or yes, she can go home. And I thought, man, this is great, because now we're discharging patients that we know we should, and not discharging the ones we don't. And it's using the data just for New York. And it's only for the hospital systems within their network, and they're using what's called federated learning, so that every particular hospital, even though they're in the same network, might be a little different, might be a different population of New York. And so I know people in Germany are like, oh, we should use that. And here's the problem. If we took this same New York Tron and we put it in Germany, it's not going to work, because it's a different population, different healthcare, different genetics. And so my big thing is, the future is we need to have our own GPT. So I think Germany should have Germany GPT, or, where the conference is, have another one that's local. And I really think that's the future. Now, APIs were announced this week, and that's going to change medicine, and that'll be another whole new talk coming up. And so since we're talking about healthcare, let me show you real quick a quick example. ChatGPT has a plugin called Instacart. In the United States, Instacart is pretty cool. I can go on the website, I can say, here are my groceries, and then they deliver all the groceries to my house. Pretty neat. But how do I use that in healthcare? And so I want to show you a quick example. So basically, let's pretend I'm your doctor. You have diabetes, and then let's say your hemoglobin A1C is the average of your sugar is too high. And say I know it's because of your diet. So what I could do is use ChatGPT. It say, hey, my friend here in Germany doesn't like chocolate, doesn't like nuts, doesn't like fish, but they're also allergic to vegetables. Give me the best diet for my patient. And then say I want to put you on a keto diet. And it'll make a diet for you based on excluding all the stuff you don't like and your allergies. But then what's really cool is I use this plugin, and it's telling me what the ingredients, how much you need for the week if you're cooking for 2 or 3. And it actually tells you how to cook it. And then I can take all the ingredients, dump it into Instacart, and then you and I can review it. You check out, and then by the time you're home, all the groceries are there waiting for you, which I think this is amazing. Now, I personally created 2 plugins called Decision Matrix and Decision Diagram. I'll just go ahead and play it since we got a little time here. I'm looking at my clock. And so what I did is I created this plugin, and let me see. Yeah, it's playing. I think it's playing. Yeah. And what it is ChatGPT, I added my plugin and I said, hey, I have a patient here who's a chronic alcoholic, and should they get a liver transplant? And I let ChatGPT use the power of ChatGPT, but then I put in the background in the plugin all the different ethical things that we should consider and the pros and cons. And it literally created this great way of evaluating from a medical point of view, all the decision points, what it should happen. And so then I also did this for marketing just to see, and it did a great job for marketing and business analysis. And I was impressed how taking a good model, then adding the plugin to ask some really good questions. And as you can see, it made a table, it showed a bar graph. I mean, all of this is done in seconds. I did this video slow so that people could read it and see it. But the big picture is if I could do it, you could do it. You could do it for your industry, for your job, for your particular location. And we could talk about that during the Q&A. All right, so let me go to the next slide. There. So when I talk about ChatGPT, I use it sometimes myself, interchangeable, but in reality, there's other GPTs. My big thing is we need a GPT that is not just for, I think of ChatGPT like a great shotgun that does a bunch, but we need something that's more for healthcare. And I already mentioned BioGPT, but BioGPT is more of a large language model that is trained from medical data, and it's mostly that. I have no ownership in Glass Health, but Glass Health is another company out there that what they do is you see a patient, you put in the symptoms, and then Glass Health has reinforced learning from physicians. And what they do is help you with the differential diagnosis, all the different things it could be. And then it gives you a treatment plan. And it's supposed to be only for doctors because they don't want someone that's not a doctor getting on there and not using it correct. They got about $5 million funded. I think Hippocratic AI got about 50. I'm always joking out there saying, hey, if anyone does a ER large language model, call me because I want to be part of that. I really think that the future is going to be right here. Our phones and our computers will have our own large language model, our own bots that are going to help us be more efficient at work. Apple, the new iPhone 15 has one that's called 34 million parameters, and it's basically a large model that's going to be on your phone, and it's already on there, and it helps you with autocomplete. If you're using a Mac computer, the new ones will have this small large language model on there. So anyway, so this would be good to know. I see a future where pretend you're somewhere in Germany that has no internet, and say someone is dying and you don't know how to do CPR. I really do see a future where we'll have CPR on our phone and you don't need internet, and it could see you and see if you're doing it correctly, walk you through it, tell you. I'm just impressed with how much I'm seeing and how much we're going. So I call it the AI wars. I've talked a lot about Microsoft, but obviously Google's coming hard with Gemini. They obviously have Bard, MedPalm 2, which you guys have heard. I'm going to shed some light real quick on Elon Musk. He has Truth GPT, and he already launched something this weekend. But if you look at the bones of a good house, he has it. He has, we mentioned large footprint. He's got solar power to help his computers. We need technology. He has supercomputers. We need data. He has Twitter, or now called X, and he has Tesla data. And then what was the other part? You put it all, he needs a strong team, and he got all the former heads of different like DeepMind and big AI companies, and he took them and made a team, gave them each $20 million, and now they're working on his own GPT. Just for people that may not know, Elon Musk actually was one of the first big investors for OpenAI. And so big picture, I keep an eye on for Elon Musk, because I really think he's going to be doing some interesting things with his GPT. Now we have Claude AI. Claude AI is helpful in that if you want to upload your entire textbook, you can do it and it'll let you. Right now, ChatGPT, before Monday, it was having a hard time doing that. Now you can get away with uploading up to 300 pages of your textbook, and ChatGPT will hang with you. Just so you know, Google put $2 billion into Claude, Anthropic AI. They gave them $500 million, and the other 1.5 is coming over a short period of time. Apple has already announced that they're going to have their own GPT. And then I'm personally started a company myself, and I am helping hospital systems create their own AI at their hospital system or clinics. And I'm using your data and keeping it under your computers and under your servers that don't need internet. That way we can keep it secured. Real quick, there's a thing called advanced data analysis. It's pretty cool if you haven't played with ChatGPT-4, but basically you can upload files, have it interpret it for you. So in the United States, there's all these studies from the NIH. I can download that whole database, upload it to ChatGPT, and then tell it, make me a graph, show me what I should know about this data, and it'll interpret it. Before coming on to this conference, I had to give a certain format of a picture, and I hate doing it on a computer. So I just uploaded a ChatGPT and say, hey, convert this PDF to a JPEG, and it did it. And then the screen behind me has to be a certain size. I think it's like 1600 by 900 pixels. So then I uploaded a picture of my presentation front page, and then I told ChatGPT, convert it, and it converted, then I uploaded it behind me. So there's these things that are getting crazy. I know the demo on Monday, ChatGPT talked about creating your own GPTs, and at the next presentation, I'll make sure I have it. But the skinny is this: you don't need a programmer. You yourself out there can upload your own book, your own data, create your own bot, and they're allowing you to do it in their ChatGPT, and they're calling it GPT stores. So keep an eye out for that. That really is going to change next year the way we do things. Other things in the future, I mentioned the multimodality, which is, text to speech, these glasses, the ability to take an image and interpret it. My big future, I think, I put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, okay, ChatGPT spent all this money. Microsoft gave them $10 billion to make ChatGPT. OpenAI has also invested in robots, and that should be coming out in the next month or 2. So I thought, okay, you have a robot, you have ChatGPT 4 or 5, and you put it in the eyes of the robot. Now you have the power of ChatGPT inside of a robot, and that robot can be a nurse. That robot can be an assistant. It can be helpful in your house. And I thought, man, the future here is going to be great. The average nurse in the United States is about 54 years old. In 10 years from now, they'll be 64. There's no way we can take care of our aging population if that's what's going on. We need help in healthcare, and I really think AI is going to be one of our solutions. These are just real quick pictures to show you. Don't do this at home. This is for medical purposes only, just to kind of show you proof of concept. So here's a patient that had this weird rash, had a tick, took the tick off their body, put it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT says, oh, this looks like Lyme disease. So it actually got it right. The next one is I gave it 4 different pills, took pictures, and I said, help me identify it. Of the 4 pills, it identified 1. The other one, one he did correct, the other one was totally wrong. And then the last 2, they were generics, and it couldn't find it. But I thought, not bad for starting. In medical school, we were taught to read an x-ray a certain way. And when I uploaded a picture of this person with pneumonia, I said, hey, what are the different possibilities? And it gave me all the different ones, and it listed pneumonia first. I put an EKG, and I said, oh, I'm curious what it'll say. And it actually got it right. This person's in VTAC. This one says fungus, tinea. And I said, I wanted to take it to the next level. I'm like, okay, here's what it is, but how do I treat it? And then it said, here's your diagnosis. Here's how you prevent this disease. Here's the treatment. And I thought, you got it right. So then all of us know doctors' handwriting. So I put my horrible handwriting for a drug, and it converted my 4s into the 2s, and it got about more than half of it correct, but the other stuff was wrong. But it was just proof of concept that if it's able to identify my horrible handwriting, I could technically train it with a couple of scripts, fix it, and then in the future, it'll do it right. I mentioned robots. Another one real quick is the elderly. I think the elderly are going to have robots where the robot can see if the elderly has fallen and they need help. They can ask for help. They can call the ambulance, remind them of their medicines, keep an eye on them, be their companion. I do see that coming soon. Real quick, just people are using wearables, glasses to help them with their self-care. I've already mentioned Copilot. Microsoft Designer, if you haven't played with it, it's free, but the skinny is you can type any message. It'll be like Canvas. It'll make the LinkedIn profile or social media posts or Instagram or Twitter. It does all that stuff, and it's free. It's pretty cool. Originally, when before ChatGPT, or sorry, at the beginning of this year, I used to use this thing called Toomey, and I would say, I need 10 slides on AI healthcare, and it would make all the slides and all the pictures. I canceled my membership because I know that's already coming into PowerPoint. That'll be here within the next few months, especially once you get Windows iOS 12, or if you have Copilot and you pay the monthly subscription. So I thought that's coming. These are just quickly the OpenAI announcements on Tuesday. Basically, they're making ChatGPT 4, which is going to be stronger than everything that I've already showed you. It's going to be cheaper. It's going to allow you to put more tokens, meaning I can put up to 300 pages now of a textbook and it'll interact. For the developers, they created this GPT store, but that's what I was telling you about, that you can make your own GPT. I'll give you a quick example so you can really understand. A doctor that's an infectious disease doctor uploaded all the guidelines for infectious disease and all the journals into it, and then had his own bot to help diagnose the infectious disease, and then tell it based on the criteria of the things that he uploaded. So if this is the criteria for histoplasmosis and this is how you treat it, it was able to give them a nice summary of that. So I was just impressed, and I can't wait to see what people do. So anyway, so that's going to, in my opinion, create a ripple effect. We're going to have more startups having more and more products. And then the future is going to be fun. I really can't wait. If you want to learn more about AI in healthcare, I created this course. It's got over 65 lectures, and it's tons of stuff that I put. It's under $99. Feel free to hit me up. I have these healthcare GPT cheat sheets, and it helps you go through like which Chrome extension should I use, what websites, how do I prompt, how do I do prompt engineering, which plugins should I use. Then I did more advanced stuff like how to use it more in medical school, or how to use it to interpret. And then I made all these little cheat sheets. And then this is my last slide here. Feel free to hit me up. I'm on all the social media, Harvey Castro MD. Another thing is I created through Hugging Face, I created these QR codes, and I thought QR codes are boring. Why not put a picture? So you're able to put pictures inside the QR code. And then I did that. And then I encourage you guys to check out the stuff I'm doing. And then as an aside, I just launched a new company called Medical Intelligence Ops, and that's what I'm doing. I'm using AI to help people. So thank you so much, guys, for having me. That was so much fun. And I made sure to leave time. So hopefully I wasn't too boring. We can, I got to keep you guys here for a bit.
Will I stand here? Harvey, that was absolutely wonderful. Now, just in case you're having a double take, I'm not Georgi. My name is Deepak. I'm another member of the faculty here. Georgi's had to rush off just before your talk ended. So he asked me if I would thank you first of all, field any questions, and then finally thank you again. So firstly, I'm going to just say immediately, wow, that was an amazingly breathtaking experience of digesting a huge amount about what the opportunities are for AI. And I think I feel like a laggard who's just been woken up. So that's how I'm feeling. What I'd like to first of all do is ask if anybody in the audience has any questions or comments. I see, I think, do you have to come up here to, I think you, yeah, I'm just still figuring out the topology.
So yeah, I'm just talking to the right.
Yep,
Hello.
I think you're just talking to the camera.
So a little bit for context, I'm sort of experimenting with fine-tuning my own Burke's transformer model using reinforcement learning for a project. I guess it's a little bit of a hip-fire question, but OpenAI is very secretive about reinforcement learning algorithms they used for fine-tuning it. So I'm sort of it's more of a hopeful shot from the hip that you are able to provide some sort of answer that's not in the published papers. But I'm not holding my breath.
No, that's a good one. Honestly, I have the same problem. I don't have that information. I'm trying to get information. What's interesting is ever since I called the AI wars, Google and ChatGPT are fighting. They don't put much on the research papers on purpose. I think they don't want to give the other an advantage. I'm stuck talking to my business partner. He's an IT guru, and he's in all the chats, and he's in all the different websites with different developers. And, I go to him for stuff like this. So I'll hit him up and see if he has any answers for you. So make sure you connect with me on LinkedIn. And if I do, I'll have him reach out and tell you.
Okay, I'll do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the room immediately? Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry, you have to come up. So if you plan a question, start walking.
I'll be quick.
That's it. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
It was fantastic. Thank you. I have one question concerning maybe more general thing like our kids, because sometimes I'm a little bit afraid that with all the digital tools, they become a little bit lazy to use their brains and especially their expressive power in their language, because they just can get everything very quickly through Google or other browsers now with ChatGPT or other language models. So what do you think about the future? I actually expressing our own ideas. We are still used to talk quite a lot, be socializing in natural networks, not only in virtual networks, but the kids are now more in virtual world than in the real world.
Yeah, awesome question. No, thank you. I have kids and they vary in age, and I am personally teaching my kids how to use AI. But I want them to use their brain, and here's how I do it. The ones that are older, they're already set in their ways. It's a little tough, but the younger ones, I'm having them do a brain session with me. I'm like, okay, let's work on this together. And then I have them come up with a solution, and then I can introduce ChatGPT, and then I tell ChatGPT, and then I supplement to what they think, and then help them think of different angles. Now, the older kids are tougher because they're already set on their ways. But then with them, I'm almost more scared that if they don't learn, they're going to be behind. So I'm doing the opposite. I literally sit my kid with me and I say, hey, whenever you want, sit down with me, and I teach them. So it took me about 6 months to convince him to get ChatGPT 4. And now he's using it. And now he's like, Dad, I wish you would have convinced me 6 months ago. And now I'm teaching him how to use plugins and how to create things. And he wants to start a business. So I'm helping him create business plans and using ChatGPT, and then helping him explore problems and really use it as a supplement. But I push him to do it him first and then supplement. But good question. And thank you, sir.
That's also a great tip for how one might handle that, to be thought about. Lars, you have a question as well?
Thank you, Harvey. I had to ask the question also. I like your view of the nurses that's getting older, and that we could support them with new eyes and so on. But are you really saying to me that in the future, it's the human that will become the robots? You're the one that will do the thing carrying around the knowledge and so on. Why I'm asking this is that I'm quite fascinating over the turning test now that the internet gives me every day from a robot to see the dumb human. So it has turned around also. Any comments?
Yeah. No, that's beautifully said. The beautiful part of healthcare is empathy is never going away. You know, I and you are never going to allow a robot to do surgery on us 100%. We're not going to allow it. We're not. Maybe in the future, our grandkids might allow it, but we're not. With that said, someone like cancer or someone like really sick, dying, you don't want a robot talking to you ever. You don't. You want that human factor. Even if you can make a robot look just like a human, you still not going to want it. And so big picture, I feel like we're in control in healthcare to some degree. I think it's just the best that we don't fight it, that we complement. And I'm encouraging doctors and nurses and healthcare providers to be in the front lines with the technology companies, because if we allow the technology companies to run it, it's going to be a cold environment. They're going to push healthcare to be more robotic. Answering the phones, it's going to be a robot. Going to the nurse, you're just not going to see a human. But if we're in control and pushing it, we're going to make sure that it's supplement, that we do both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have time, do you think, for another question? Or are you all worn out now, exhausted? Everyone's worn out. Okay. Harvey, there were no more questions to the audience. It was only that I didn't get my turn, but I guess I'm going to have to just that, and I may ping you separately because I'm interested in some of the issues around explainability. Okay. So the thing to think about, which I think I'm going to pick up with you electronically, not today, I'm doing some work on how might we help explain to patients what AI is doing when the AI is working with their clinician. You've emphasized the partnership model, and I think that's a very nice model to have emphasized. It's not AI or the doctor, but it's the and. But when patients are now going to be dealing with clinicians and they know their clinician has used some secret thing that the clinician probably doesn't understand, how trusting is the patient going to be of that decision or advice? And I'm not asking you to answer it. I'm sorry that I'm tantalizingly going to leave you with no voice to that, because I think that would be a beer-type conversation, which we possibly can't have at this moment. So I just want to say to you, I'll ping you separately and maybe chew that over with you. Awesome. But I'd like to thank you again and just get the audience to give a round again. I'm not sure if you can hear claps, but in case you can, you've definitely had enthusiastic claps. I'm thrilled to have heard your talk. Georgi heard nearly all of it. He just slipped out at the last minute. So I'd like to thank you again for joining and giving the conference a great closing finale to Thursday.
Well, have a blessed day, everybody. Thank you so much. An honor to be here. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.